Of the whole on Bill 36, Bill 36, Health Professions and Occupations Act. We are on Clause 10, and I believe the Minister, I'm going to recognize the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Yesterday in the committee, the member for Prince George Valemount asked about agents, and we've asked examples of agents in the Act, and there are examples of that. And essentially, agency is a relationship in which one person, the agent, acts on behalf of another and binds that other person by words or actions, usually under contract, but not necessarily. So there's a reason why it's added to the Act, and what I will do, perhaps in the interest of time, is to share with the Honourable Opposition Health Critic the 5 occasions in the Act where it's relevant and how it applies to agents, and so perhaps I can share that with her, or I'll send it across somehow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, members, shall Clause 10 pass? Recognizing the member for Prince George Valemount on Clause 10.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair. I just want to go back to the discussion we had around physical abuse, and the Minister did sort of reference the issue of the need to balance. At times, there's a need to use physical restraints. I guess I'm worried about the fact that it seems. In many ways, it seems to be a judgment call, and of course we would expect professional healthcare workers to have that sense of judgment. But it's also important for people to understand there is a threshold. So can the Minister just spend a little bit of time, again, walking through what would be determined to be excessive or inappropriate when it comes to the use of physical restraint, those kinds of things. We know that we often hear about that as an issue, particularly with the frail elderly. So there isn't a clear threshold, and I can understand that that's complicated to do, but I'm also concerned that it's basically a judgment call. We do trust our healthcare professionals, but I just would like the minister to address that if he could, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thanks to the member for her question. I think under the Health Professions Act, which guides us up to now, and now under this Act, there is, on these issues of physical abuse, should such complaints be brought, and again, they're not brought frequently, but should they be brought, there is understanding and indeed jurisprudence on that question. The reason this section is framed the way it is to say you don't want to exclude all use of force, because there are times, as the Act suggests, where that's appropriate to a person's or to people's circumstances, and to understand that. But physical abuse, as it's understood, would never be acceptable, of course. Sometimes force is acceptable where required. So that I think is the distinction, that there is enormous training and continued training for nurses. One of the reasons why we're changing, and this is off topic, and I only raise it for the purposes of this section. One of the reasons why the BC Nurses Union and the Hospital Employees Union have argued for a change in the way we do security is to upgrade the very training we're talking about for people who support nurses, and that's why we're adding that staff and adding a system of relational security so that we better train our staff, because practically speaking, I think people understand that abuse is abuse and physical abuse is never acceptable, and understand that if there's an application of force, that it should be based on training. Our healthcare professionals are well trained in that and understand those distinctions. But the reason the Act is framed this way is to ensure that clearly not every use of force is physical abuse. Sometimes it, of course, is necessary in the circumstance to protect the patient from themselves, to protect others, to protect healthcare professionals, healthcare workers. So I think that's the distinction. That's the way it's framed this way. And that's the balance. But nobody is suggesting that anything that would constitute physical abuse would ever be acceptable, nor would it be acceptable, I think, to any healthcare professional, honestly, or to all of the healthcare professional organizations. But we have to have it framed this way in order to say that force is not abuse necessarily, as long as it's appropriate.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I just want the minister, and I'm certain this is correct, but I want to just ask it. So if you are practicing in a health profession, it would be considered misconduct, and if it's an occupation, it's actionable conduct. Is that the differentiation that's articulated in this clause?
Minister.
That's right. Misconduct is by definition professional misconduct, but it doesn't mean, of course, that actionable conduct is not extremely serious. It's just a different provision in a different regulatory system for occupations.
Members, shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 11, recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount on Clause 11.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So perhaps could the minister begin our discussion on Clause 11 by walking through what would constitute misconduct and actionable conduct? That is the heading of this section, so perhaps he could just give us a broad overview of what would constitute those two things.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And whether it's misconduct or actionable conduct, and we just had the discussion about it, healthcare professions, healthcare occupations. But what we're talking about here is failing to comply with the law, important, sexual abuse, financial abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, neglect, and I'd say, needless to say, criminal activity, right? As well, bringing the profession into disrepute in some way in one's conduct. So those are some core definitions of misconduct and actionable conduct.
Member.
Thank you. And so can the minister just confirm then that when the act relates to, for example, sexual abuse or discrimination, that it directly relates back to the new definitions that in fact we're in discussion with about at the moment, but the new definitions that have been included in the act, that's when that is what would trigger the misconduct based on the new definitions in the act.
Minister.
Yes, those equal misconduct.
Member.
Thank you very much. We've had some discussion throughout the sections we've discussed around a prescribed class of persons. So we have another prescribed class of persons here. So perhaps could the minister give me an example of who might be included in a prescribed class of persons in this section?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's very good to see you. Right now, it means patient. And the prescribed class of conduct allows us to potentially expand that if necessary. And so that gives us the capacity to do that. But right now, but there's not a regulation waiting that has that. Otherwise, generally speaking, on those questions, when we include prescribed class, it's for that reason. If we had something specifically in mind, we almost certainly would have included it in the legislation, right, at this point. That just allows us to say, if there's something beyond that the law should respond to, and given the seriousness of this area, we wouldn't maybe want to wait for a legislative session. This allows us to do that by regulation. But there's not a regulation waiting, I'd say, to the member that expands that class.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm wondering if the minister could walk through 11 sub 3 for me, which talks about a licensee not committing an act of misconduct solely because the licensee lacks capacity. So can the minister just clarify for me what lacking capacity means?
Minister.
So this has to do with capacity, which is in particular a health issue. So say there's an underlying health condition. Someone has, I don't know, diabetes, heart condition, whatever, and that's the underlying health condition. So if what goes wrong is related directly to that condition, then that is not just by itself an act of misconduct. That doesn't mean it can't be an act of misconduct. For example, if there's an underlying health condition and one were to commit an act of, let's just say, for the sake of this discussion, sexual abuse, that wouldn't be an alternative to that. But that problem itself doesn't by itself constitute an act of misconduct. And the orders are related to that capacity question. So again, that's not by itself a cause of misconduct. In general, if someone's in that kind of serious condition, we want to also focus on the health condition. There may be other actions that the college would take, but that wouldn't by itself represent misconduct. It doesn't mean an underlying health condition in any way would excuse misconduct, but it just can't by itself constitute misconduct.
Member.
Thank you, and I want to go back to an example that we used yesterday, but when it comes to the issue of actionable conduct. So, for example, if a licensee does commit an act of neglect, but there are mitigating circumstances that might lead to that description of neglect, for example, staffing shortages, we talked about this a bit yesterday. Would that then be considered an actionable conduct?
Minister.
I think it's really important to underline, and we had this discussion yesterday, that challenges that a health system might have at any given time, right? Particular site, care home or others, and people are dealing with that, does not constitute individual actionable conduct on the part of a particular health professional. I think it's important. I'm glad the member asked this because, you know, these processes, of course, when you're in them, or when a complaint is made, and as we know, not all complaints are justified. You know, sometimes they're not. And it's very challenging sometimes for health professionals because the very privacy afforded to patients, which is absolutely needed, sometimes makes them feel they can't defend themselves in those things. So when I say health system problems are not acts of individual neglect by healthcare workers or healthcare assistants or nurses or doctors or whatever. And I think it's important to understand that. That said, people are responsible for their own actions, but there would have to be as well findings about that. And I think if people's complaint was staffing levels weren't high enough in care home A, well, that's not actionable conduct against any individual health professional, but it would be something that, needless to say, there would be accountabilities to the system, sometimes through the patient care quality programs and other things, or obviously other consequences and accountabilities to, say, the Minister of Health or others.
Member.
Thank you. That was helpful, and I appreciate the Minister clarifying that again for me. So I'm going to try to figure. I'm trying to figure out how to word this question so that it's. So there are further processes that would be based on this clause: duty to report, the complaints process, things like that. So are the other processes meant to be in addition to processes that might be started, for example, under the Human Rights Commission or the Human Rights Tribunal? Is it additive? Are those other processes in addition to processes that might start under the Human Rights Commission, for example?
Minister.
Yes. And I just want to say just on this section to the chair and to the member that we're looking together as a committee on section 8, I should say. We had that discussion yesterday. So at the end of this discussion, because one is linked to the other, my recommendation with the agreement of the committee is that we would stand down this section as well and deal with it as we deal with section 8, if that works for the member.
Members, Shall clause 11 pass? Or he's standing, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What I'm asking the committee, if we're finished the debate on Clause 11, is that we stand on Clause 11 and deal with it as we deal with Clause 8. We make a change to Clause 8, there might be a consequential change here, and we'd want to do both. So that's what I'm asking for the committee. So we've had the debate, but I mean, in theory, we could come back to it, but that we continue on and move on to Clause 12, if that works for the committee.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister, for clarifying that. I didn't quite know what was going on. So the committee agrees to stand down Clause 11 on Clause 12.
Thanks very much. And thank you to the Minister for that. I think that'll work really well, and I look forward to that discussion. So so we're motoring along here to Clause 12, and this talks about risk under the Criminal Records Review Act. So could the Minister just for me explain how this clause relates to the previous clause on misconduct and actionable conduct?
Minister.
So forgive me, I'm referring back to Section 11 just for a moment. Sure. So Section 11 says, engaging in conduct that causes the regulated health practitioner to be, one, determined to be a risk under the Criminal Records Review Act. Do you see that there? And so the link here is these are when we say risk under the Criminal Records Review Act, it is related to this. So those two sections are where the link happens.
Member.
Thank you. And so thank you to the Minister, and thank you, Chair. So the section talks about which persons would be a risk, and they're under the Criminal Records Review Act. So how would the determination of risk be made? So we understand who. How is the risk determined? How is that made?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So this is under Sections 11, 11.1 of the CRRA. And so the determination is made, in this case, by the CRRA, right, in the review, and then relayed to the college. So that's the determination.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that. I wanted to just ask this question, and I know we're working on Section 8, but I wondered, so when we look at Section 8, and Honourable Chair, I'm not going back there. I just want to reference it. So so considering that 8 subsection 1D, which we're still going to have a discussion about because the Minister knows how I feel about all of those things that weren't included, but it wasn't included in what constitutes sexual abuse. D does not, for example, and neither do the others. We stop at C in Section 8. So can the Deputy Registrar, under the Criminal Records Review Act, determine that a person presents a risk? If we haven't included in because it talks about sexual abuse in Section 12, and yet when you look at what's not included, it is not defined as sexual abuse in Section 8. I'm hoping the Minister understands what I'm saying there.
Minister.
The short answer is this is different. This is the Criminal Records Review Act. This is where there's a criminal record, Doesn't mean there aren't other standards where there's a criminal record, there's an obligation to proceed through that. And in this case, these are criminal records that people have related in these areas. So that's why, why that adjudication is made by those responsible for the CRA, right? And in that sense is different from Section 8. That doesn't mean that, by the way, it would not be necessarily sexual abuse under that section, but what we're talking about is the automatic referral in that case. And I think the member made a very good case, and we're looking at that, and we'll work together to perhaps correct that. So that's the difference between the two.
Members, on clause 12, shall it pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On clause 13,
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
yes, just recognizing the member from
Oh, sorry.
Prince George Valemount. I'm doing that for the viewing public so that they
Okay.
know what clause
I'll
we're on
try
and
to
who's
not
speaking.
hop up quiz.
Every once in a while to
Okay.
remind them.
Now? My good,
Yes, members, sorry, members.
all right. You'd think I might know that after all the years here. Thank you, Honourable Chair, for that clarity. So, Clause 13 actually deals with interest in a citation or discipline hearing. So the clause notes who has an interest in a citation or discipline hearing, and therefore who can be involved in the process. Is that correct?
Minister,
Yes.
member.
So there is a definition for regulatory college and respondent in Clause 1, but not complainant. So how is a complainant defined under the Act?
Minister.
So I think the argument here is the complainant is the person who makes the complaint, and not everything gets defined. In that case, the legislative drafters would have said that that's self-evident. It's the person who brings the complaint.
Member.
From Prince George Valemount. I'm kidding. I appreciate that. I just wanted to be sure that there wasn't a need to have that defined, and it is fairly self-evident. However, so the reason I asked that is because, so for example, if we have an elderly parent in care who I have the power of attorney, and can I make a complaint on their behalf and therefore be the complainant?
Minister.
So we were just looking for the section. The answer is yes, and the appropriate section is section 120. And so if we link through there, under 120 it says regulatory complaints by others, and it shows that you can in fact make a complaint under those circumstances. Those circumstances are not specifically applied, but you can make a complaint, and we're not limiting those circumstances, right? So in some cases, you could argue perhaps a particular daughter does not have power of attorney, but can make a complaint, and they have that capacity, and that's under section 120 of the Act.
Member.
All right, obviously I missed that one in section 120. Would any additional persons who provide advice or emotional support require confirmation by the Director of Discipline and subsequently the discipline panel?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. There's no limits on the Director of Discipline to allow for that. And there's a number of sections that would guide the Director of Discipline in that process, although there are, again, no limits on it, on who might interest. And those sections, I think the member knows, is 165, 173, 174, 176, 183, 247, 248, and 250. But essentially, there are no limits. The Director of Discipline is able to determine that, and there are no limits on that ability to determine it.
Members, on clause 13, shall it pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On clause 14, recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. My colleagues should be joining me shortly to work through some of the issues related, obviously, to UNDRIP and a number of other specific Indigenous issues. But this is a pretty significant part of the legislation when we speak about the guiding principles, and that's what we're going to talk about here. So can the minister provide me with the legal definition of guiding principles, or is it a term used in other legislation? Is it something that we find in other acts and other pieces of legislation, or could he provide me with the definition of guiding principles?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So guiding principles in this context, often you'll see in legislation the term mandate, and this guiding principles are what registrants have to do at all times. So these are the overriding principles that guide their conduct as health professionals, or alternatively as health occupations, right? With health occupations. So we looked at a number of, you look at a number of terms, but these are the overarching principles, and those guiding principles, they also obviously clarify the expectations, and we'll be getting into this in a moment when we're set around issues involving reconciliation, but also other issues as well. So this is a way of directing in all of our activities. Well, here's the guiding principles. Sometimes you'll see this in legislation. Here's the mandate of the organization, and it'll have 5 items, even in the Medicare Protection Act. We had a long debate once about sustainability, I think, being added as part of the mandate. You recall that? It feels like a different time. But I was on the other side, I think. And so that's the purpose here. So guiding principles means that, and we looked at the expression, legal counsel looked at the expression, and it shows that guiding principles do apply, and they sort of set our standard and direction, and they're obviously, as the member suggests, an important part of the Act.
Recognizing the member from Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to join the member from Prince George Valemount on this section and hearing the minister's response here. As we discussed at the beginning of this bill debate, in terms of the reference to UNDRIP, which is in the guiding principles, 14 sub 2 sub b sub little 2, and of course, before that, little 1, the reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, there is that broader reference relating to expectation and mandate, but just perhaps not, we may come back to reconciliation, that reference, as to what that means, but of course in the context of UNDRIP we know what that means. And so if I can just ask a couple questions around that. In terms of what the expectation is under this Act, 14 sub 2 sub b says a person must act in accordance with the following principles, which is to support and promote awareness of the following as they relate to the oversight and governance. So for UNDRIP, on that reference there, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister, this will be to UNDRIP as it pertains to the subject matter of the Act, meaning the various articles that we covered yesterday, that UNDRIP articles are referred to or related to this bill, or is it the entirety of UNDRIP itself?
Minister.
So I think there's just 2 points that raised at the beginning. One, this replaces legislation, the Health Professions Act, which contains no references to Indigenous health. And, just in a historical sense, that act, the most recent version of the act was brought in the NDP and amended under the previous government. So this is a change in the way we look at things. And I think it's an important addition and declaration. UNDRIP, in many respects, ensures accountability by governments. And so there's a role here, especially for health regulatory colleges, to make sure that those who are regulated, the professions, understand UNDRIP, so thus the use of the term promote the awareness, and apply by its broad principles, right? And that's why that drafting decision was made. I think it's important to say we had in the Health Professions Act a scope of public interest, which talked about some of these issues, but here we're ensuring that that our actions and health regulatory bodies, and by extension health professions, understand and promote, again, the awareness of, and this is a guiding principle for their activities, reconciliation, so that's one set of things. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that's the second set of things, and the need to address racism and anti-racism issues. And that is a broader issue that also includes those specific to Métis and Inuit people. So it does all of those things. That's the purpose of it doing it. And this was explicit reference was put in as a result in many respects of our consultations with Indigenous people through the process, and is a reflection of those. So when we went through these processes, this explicit reference was put forward as part of that consultation and ultimately accepted for inclusion in the bill for, I think, good reasons, in that it is essential that in the governance of health professions and occupation and in the provision of health services that we need to support and promote awareness of all of the following.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response from the Minister. The purpose of asking this question is really to get clarity on the obligations on the persons who need to act in accordance with the principles that are set out under Section 14 in this Act, which includes the superintendent, which we will get to later in the section and of this bill. For example, when we get there, Section 435 of the Superintendent's Office, 435 sub B, is to promote awareness of and adherence to the guiding principles. So I think it's important in this bill debate to get clarity in terms of what are the expectations around meeting this principle, because, of course, as I just mentioned, when it gets to the actual superintendent section, and we're talking about the power and authority and requirements of that office, this is one of them. So coming back to the words support and promote awareness, again, to the Minister, I appreciated the general response. We know that UNDRIP, as we looked at the application of UNDRIP through Section 35 jurisprudence in this province, that, as the previous Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation confirmed, not all aspects of UNDRIP are solely within the provincial jurisdiction, that some of that is in the federal jurisdiction. Health, of course, we know has spans both jurisdictions here. So I am just getting clarity on the articles of UNDRIP that the persons that are acting in accordance with this Act will need to promote and support awareness of. Is it the expectation, again, that those persons acting, including the superintendent, would be supporting and promoting awareness of the entirety of UNDRIP, or just those articles that are specific to this bill, as the Minister and I were discussing previously in this committee process?
Minister.
So I'd say there's two sets of obligations. One, an understanding of UNDRIP as a whole, and obviously in particular then, because not all of UNDRIP deals, as the member rightly says, with health. I mean, this is related to the direct requirements of this legislation. There would be obviously very strong need for understanding of those sections of UNDRIP that relate to the provision of health services, and that's in a broad sense, health and social services, right? So this bill is related to the activities of health professions, health occupations, and their regulation, and so it's an understanding of all of UNDRIP, but there wouldn't be as much need or emphasis. So its existence, what its role is, that's a need and understands guiding principles, and obviously focus on those sections of UNDRIP that are directly related to the activity governed by this act. That would be, I think, what we'd expect those involved to convey and promote understanding of.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response in the sense that it does demonstrate that there is some clear framework around what the obligations would be relating to this provision. I'm also struck by the amount of detailed work, let's say, that the minister was able to refer to in terms of those particular articles of UNDRIP which are applied to this Bill 36, and coming at this in a slightly different way. Because I am mindful in terms of the framing of the bill and the use of statements like this. I understand the purpose of it, but I also appreciate the amount of work that has been done here over the 3-year period or so in working up this bill, that when UNDRIP and the DRIPA Act came into place, the work was done to ensure that the articles, as I understand from the minister, were appropriately addressed, that of the view of the government ought to be addressed within this bill have been done, that they have been addressed in the manner that the minister outlined. That being the case, when a person who needs to act in accordance with the principles or acting under the Act, including the superintendent, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, does the minister have a view then as to, with the work that's been done, that he is more knowledgeable of than I, because he was able to outline that yesterday. Where is the overview gap, let's say, with the general reference to the principle? Meaning, if the specific articles have been addressed, hardwired into the bill, so to speak, where is the need then to make a general reference to UNDRIP?
Minister.
I think it serves a valuable purpose. I mean, I noted at the beginning that this putting in place of guiding principles is different than the previous act, and it gives direction to all of the activities, for example, of health regulatory colleges. So if a regulator is looking at issues around regulation and education, they shouldn't just look at the principles of a particular section or another, but understand that they have an overarching responsibility in what they do to ensure that they're meeting the expectations of UNDRIP. So this is a process for health professional colleges of consistent consultation as changes and as situations develop. As they develop is one of the reasons why I think it's valuable that we're reducing the number of regulatory colleges, right? So we're creating capacity and we're creating regulatory colleges with the strength to do that, as opposed to asking a small college with 300 registrants to have that capacity in place. I think that's a useful part of it. So yes, we do all the sections. We hardwire it, as I said, and the member repeated earlier, but that we also included in these guiding principles so that it's central to what we want to do. That is what, in our extensive consultation, and I would say, we don't usually talk about this, but at the beginning of those consultations, we might not have done that. At the beginning of the consultations, in fact, we hadn't passed the Reconciliation Act. But as we went through the consultations, the utility of this in the guiding principles seemed clear to us, and they provide, I think, clear direction to health professional colleges, et cetera, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we wanted to make sure that it is hardwired, namely in different appropriate sections of the bill. And I won't go back over those because we had that discussion earlier and it's already on the record.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate that the effort that the minister went through to identify those articles is on the record. And I think that's helpful for anyone looking at, to understand this bill going forward. What specific articles would be focused on for the purpose of this bill. Hearing the minister's response, Mr. Chair, just reminds me again of what we all are cognizant of, which is the obligation under DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, in Section 3 is then in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples in BC, the government must take all necessary measures, all measures necessary to ensure the laws of British Columbia are consistent with the Declaration. So the obligation, first and foremost, is on government. And I would say that the hard wiring, and this is a term that the minister did surface yesterday, we continue to use this term, but that term I think is applicable here, given what the minister has said. That's what the work that government has done. My purpose of dwelling on this in terms of what a person who needs to act in accordance with this act and these guiding principles is that there's no greater obligation here, that the work of government has been done to ensure that this bill, as it's presented, is consistent with the Declaration, which is UNDRIP itself, and that this guiding principle then is serving a purpose which is setting expectation for those operating under the Act, including the superintendent, to also support the principles, the articles of UNDRIP. If through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, is that the purpose of including this general reference in that manner?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think what these guiding principles are is a lens through which decisions are made. And I think sometimes it's good to look at things in the reverse. I think the member, had we not included it here, given its importance in different parts of the legislation, might have legitimately said, well, why isn't it here? Why isn't it here, right? This is a lens. And so if a decision or an action by, say, a health regulatory college was inconsistent with UNDRIP, then I think it would be reasonable, looking through that lens, for a health professional college to ask about the decision, why it would not be consistent with that. So I think this whole set of principles, which isn't just UNDRIP, but we're talking about UNDRIP now, is a lens to which all the actions take place. And again, this decision to go with guiding principles lays out the public interest expectation, so not the private interest of a health profession, but the public interest and its paramountcy, and that these issues of reconciliation and of DRIPA and the DRIPA legislation are at the heart of everything that we should do, as well as being in specific parts of the Act. And again, we've talked about that, so I won't go back over that. But I think having it here is useful direction and guidance and a lens through which health regulatory colleges and professionals operate. And I think that's a useful thing. Therefore, promoting understanding of that is at the heart of what they need to do. So I think that's the utility, I think, I'd say to the member. We have guiding principles here. These are amongst the guiding principles. We passed the DRIPA Act, which set an expectation that that would be the heart of our action. And that's why I think it's necessary, in addition to hardwiring, and let me say, I like to give authorship. I think that's Mary-Ellen Turpel-Lafon's expression and not mine, but I'm happy to take it up. Hardwiring to the thing. If it wasn't there, the member asked about that to make sure that it was a couple of days ago, and putting it in the guiding principles, I think, is consistent with that approach to the legislation. And it's what came out of the consultation, and I think the consultation was correct. The direction we received and the ideas we received is correct, and that's why it's included in the guiding principles.
Member.
And I appreciate the minister's response, and you know, I know we've had lengthy discussion at this point in the committee stage at the front end of this bill, and now in this section, and I am taking the opportunity, let's say, to probe the government's approach. It is 3 years after DRIPA was adopted here, and recognizing the approach that government with this minister and his ministry has been utilized to this bill. I would say that just so the colleges are clear on what the expectations and the obligations are, it sounds like that when we're talking about supporting and promoting awareness of UNDRIP as it relates to review of regulators, the governance of designated professionals and occupations, as well as the provision of health services, that UNDRIP and the articles will inform those activities, and you know, I think we, as we utilize UNDRIP, again, it is government's responsibility to make sure that taking all measures necessary to ensure the laws of British Columbia, i.e. this bill, is consistent with the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and that it's not an attempt in any manner to shift that responsibility. I didn't hear that from the minister. But I just want to be clear on that, that this is additional guidance vis-a-vis the guiding principles to those regulators and the superintendent to be supporting and promoting awareness. So if the minister hears anything that I just said that he would like to adjust or correct, he can do that. But I will go on to my question. But I would invite the minister to make any addition to what I've said. My question then is, if the wording is support and promote awareness, how, again, for these regulatory colleges and the superintendent, how do these bodies measure whether they're meeting this requirement?
Minister.
Thank you. You know, it's nice because there's always lots of words, you know, but basically the act says, just reading it, a person must act to support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It's pretty straightforward. That's what it does. They have to do the other things. If you look at it, you take out the other words, that's what it says, right? That's what what it said. We do, the member for Prince George Valemount, I think it was a member from Prince George Valemount, asked about GBA plus and the lens we put on the legislation. And it's exactly that kind of lens that we would expect health regulatory colleges to place on their decisions here. And that's why the guiding principles are here. And who assesses how well they're doing it? Well, that's the superintendent. Absolutely. And so that's part of the superintendent's responsibility in his oversight and assessment of the performance of health regulatory colleges. And this lens is one of the issues that they will be reviewing and measuring in terms of their assessment of the performance of those colleges. So I think that answers fairly directly the member's question.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague from Vancouver Langara. I'm wondering, when we look at Clause 14, it appears not to apply to Division 5 of Part 3, which is duties of licensees, as well as duties of regulated health service providers in Division 2 of Part 4. Could the minister explain why?
Minister.
So the purpose of these guiding principles are for the colleges, the review board, Health Professions Review Board, for the Director of Discipline, and for the superintendent. You'll see some of this picked up in the duties of health professionals. But here, these guiding principles, these are the regulators, these are the bodies obviously they've been created already, but that we're recreating in this act. These are the guiding principles for their activities. There are duties for health professionals, though, and they include many of these duties. But this is for the colleges and the superintendent and the review board and the Director of Discipline.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that response, and thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm wondering, I want to talk a little bit about the need to address racism and anti-racism issues. And in 14 sub 2 sub b sub little w 3, it is specific to Indigenous peoples. And one thing I know is that when there was in committee debate of Bill 24, which was the Anti-Racism Data Act, there was a lot of discussion about trying to define systemic racism. And the discussion there was about the fact that through engagement, systemic racism was different for different groups. And here we speak to the need to address racism and anti-racism issues that are specific to Indigenous peoples. So for the purposes of the bill, has the minister engaged with groups that represent other racialized groups in terms of the definition and impact of racism and anti-racism?
Minister.
So thank you. And we look at 2A, to protect the public from harm and discrimination. That discrimination includes racism, but it's also broader than racism. So it is included here. And then obviously we went through, we talked about Section 9, and we will talk about Section 15 and about anti-discrimination, which is the positive side of that. And that's a duty on regulators and on practitioners. But here, it is included there. And just the reason we use the term discrimination is the understanding that racism is a form of discrimination. The repetition of racism is part of the response to in plain sight here in the sections related to UNDRIP, to reconciliation, et cetera. So there's a decision to include racism in that. But racism is part of the requirement to protect the public from discrimination, which is in the guiding principles, and it's really the first sub-guiding principle.
Member.
So I guess my specific question was, throughout the journey of consultation, was there a discussion with other racialized groups who have a very, may have different points to emphasize when it comes to racism and anti-racism from their perspective? So could the minister just tell us whether there's been engagement with other racialized groups?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And these particular sections were reviewed, not just the idea, and these proposals were part of the initial steering committee report and others from members of the public, but these specific sections were reviewed and their contents were reviewed with the BC Human Rights Commissioner to make sure that they, in legislative form, met that test, because I think that's the feedback we wanted. So there was the broader opportunity for lots of people participating in those processes, and there's a long list of participants. But I think what the member is asking is, well, how about these specific provisions? Were they seen? And the appropriate place probably for us to consult there is the Human Rights Commissioner, and that's what we did in this case.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So we've certainly had some discussion about how there has been an enormous amount of work done to respond to the recommendations of the In Plain Sight report. And a pretty critical section here related to that. And in the report, Dr. Trappel-Lafond identified that health authorities and regulators were independently developing Indigenous-specific racism and cultural safety and humility education and training. And when people provided input, they agreed that there needed to be a coordinated approach and coherent approach for better understanding. So the report also pointed out that there are inequities and inefficiencies as a result of the lack of proactive resourced coordination and knowledge exchange. And again, in the report on page 51, it talks about some regulatory bodies have developed provincial professional standards, guidelines, and principles, but the smaller regulatory bodies are challenged in this regard and emphasize the need to consolidate and make such resources available to all organizations. And Dr. Trappel-Lafond actually said, and I can quote for you, that a refreshed approach to anti-racism, cultural humility, and trauma-informed training for health workers be developed and implemented, including standardized learning expectations for health workers at all levels and mandatory low barrier components. So how will the minister, and we see the guiding principles, but In Plain Sight made it clear that there were inefficiencies, that there needs to be more standardization, that there needs to be low barrier components and mandatory, basically, training. So how will the minister ensure that those inequities and inefficiencies that were identified by Dr. Trappel-Lafond are addressed, as if this legislation moves forward? How are those gaps going to be closed?
Minister.
So thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think this could apply to a lot of things in the Act. It certainly applies here. It's one of the reflections that both the steering committee have and we've had in undertaking this process. And it may have received more attention than other parts of the bill, the reduction in the number of regulatory colleges. But that's important. You got 22 colleges, their ability to each have their own focus on this is a problem. We now have stronger organizations, fewer organizations. That's one. Two, right now, I mean, the Caton report, one of those moments, the member has read reports about work you're doing and that tell you something. One of the things that tells us was the moment in the Caton report when we learned that the College of Dental Surgeons hadn't even talked to the College of Dental Hygienists for years, thinking that kind of doesn't make sense. And so this bringing of people together ensures a better standard of behavior. The superintendent's job it is to ensure that the guiding principles in this act are properly put in place with measures by health professional colleges. So they're not just responsible to themselves and kind of loosely through half appointment to the minister, but they have to meet those standards as applied by the superintendent, and that's very important. And then in the health professional colleges, they're required to have bylaws and practice standards that include the impact of these measures, including, and we went through with the member for Vancouver-Langara, the parts of the act where the declaration is, quote, hardwired, right? So all of those, I think, strengthen our ability to practically do it, which is important, and that was a practical consideration, that was a focus, but also to do it with a measure and a greater measure of consistency. And the final thing I would say is that in the respect to professional standards, that the colleges are the best mechanisms in many cases for this, because health authorities are responsible for their professionals, and they have responsibilities too, you don't want to ignore that. But many health professionals work outside of the public system, right? Some of them work in an ICBC system primarily, it should be said, and I guess that's a public system. But your average naturopathic physician is not billing, they're not billing for that, but they are a health profession. A practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, the same. So the colleges are a good way to capture not just the public system, but those people who operate and provide health services. They're regulated health professionals in the province, and they're not part of the public healthcare system, and so any actions taken by the health authority would be ignored. So those are the ways, I think, both practically and in principle, we deal with exactly what the member is referring to in the In Plain Sight report, and it's why the In Plain Sight working group spent a lot of time on these issues and focused and assisted us in these issues as well.
Member.
So, well, I understand, the minister's conversation about individual colleges. I just want to be perhaps a bit more focused answer. So, does the minister expect that the superintendent, in his or her new role, will look at standardized learning expectations for health workers at all levels?
Minister.
Yes, and part of the role of the superintendent is to ensure that very consistency between colleges. And if there's an issue where consistency is important, it's surely anti-racism, anti-discrimination.
Member. So will, one of the things that Dr. Chappelle-Lafond noted that, and again, we don't know the eventual size of the colleges and all of those things, we'll be, seeing what they look like, but there was it was difficult for some colleges to actually do this work. So does the minister anticipating that there will be resources, some sort of support provided so that there is a consistent approach, that there is capacity in all of the colleges to ensure that it's standardized, that it is measured, reported on, all of those things?
Minister.
So with the amalgamation of the colleges, I mean, we have, and we're going to provide the information that was available. I think a majority of colleges have less than 2,000 members now. And so, yeah. So if you look at opticians, you look at denturists, you look at others leading into this, you had colleges that frequently had 600, 700, 800 members to support the work of the colleges. And realistically, and so right now, in some of these areas, the bigger colleges do provide assistance and have for a while, right? It's not that the system totally didn't work or something like that. People were being just protective. But what you're creating, if you create 6 colleges, is College of Physicians and Surgeons. That's 14,000, 15,000 members who are doctors. College of Nurses, close to 70,000 members. Nurses and midwives now, it's astonishing. More than half in one college. Pharmacists is a very strong college, obviously, and remember for quite a long time the registrar was Bob Nakagawa, who will be familiar and worked in the Ministry of Health, and they're a very strong college. And then the College of Denta of Oral Health Professionals now takes together all 4 of those colleges together. Very strong, going to be a very strong, powerful college, a lot of members. More than 10,000. And the other college, the final college, that will bring, 2 colleges will bring together a number of health professions, all of them. Part of the purpose in our thinking in creating those colleges of that size was that all of them would be substantial. So if you think of the College of Pharmacists, really all of them are around that size, and some of them are bigger, right? And that allows them to function and to deliver in this. And of course, we'll be providing them with assistance as well. But the role of the superintendent is to make sure that those 6 colleges deliver on these measures, and so we have oversight and a measure of consistency and a way to, shall we say, enforce consistency. And as well, we're going to have strong colleges. Many of the big ones obviously have some capacity in this area now, and you see some of the actions when the College of Physicians and Surgeons was here a couple of weeks ago. They talked about their work in this area, so they may have less ways to go, but it's still, they're responsible too. But all of the smaller colleges will come together and have that expectation from the beginning. So I think that's part of the reason why ultimately we looked at that, because it just seemed like these colleges were too big, were too small and too many to deliver that level of consistency. This allows them all to be stronger.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer, and I certainly understand the sort of economies of scale argument. I think that what I just want to be certain about is that the new Act will require colleges to support a number of new functions. For example, the Office of the Superintendent will get there. We're talking about fees and support in order to operate that particular office. We're looking at, making sure we have standardized opportunities for training for health workers. And I just want to be sure that I understand that we will have fewer colleges, larger colleges, potentially more capacity, but we're also asking them to do a lot of different things. So I think, obviously we'll be looking at the issue of capacity and resources. Could the Minister share, if staff knows, of the current regulatory colleges, how many, because in the report, in plain sight, it did talk about there were some that were individually doing what the work that needed to be done. Can the Minister tell us which of the current regulatory colleges, how many have already embedded cultural safety, cultural competence, cultural sensitivity, and trauma-informed care into competencies?
Minister.
It's our understanding that all but one of the colleges now, and I know I'm leading and inviting a question as to which one, but I'll just leave that on the table because they're, for the moment, but I'd be happy to tell the member because we don't, the purpose isn't to isolate them, but all but one have practice standards now, so they're along this road. But I think it's fair to say this is a higher level. The member is quite right when she's talking about resources. This is a higher level of expectation. But they are moving in this direction. So the colleges haven't been, and they've understood that this is direction we're going from the report of the steering committee. So everyone clearly understood that this is the direction we're going, and they have been responding to that. In fairness, there's one to go, and it would be our expectation there'll be none soon as we bring them together.
Member.
Thank you for that. And that's actually encouraging. I guess the question I would have as we think about moving ahead and the in plain sight's call for consistency and for standardization has work. So we have colleges that have embedded it, the majority of them actually, which is great. But is there a template? Is there an agreed upon has work already been done? Will there need to be consultation? Or how far down the path are we? I assume that we would want the information to be as consistent as possible working across the colleges. So is there a template? Is there some sense of how this should be done?
Minister.
So the colleges work together under the BC health regulators, and so there is a measure of consistency now, although they don't look exactly the same. I don't want to exaggerate that, but there is a measure of consistency now, and you'll see as we laid out the legislation, and we did our final consultation on the subject of the legislation. We consulted the BC health regulators as well, which is essentially the umbrella group that brings colleges together. So they do a lot of work and a lot of work to support each other, and some of the largest colleges, of course, led that work, as you'd expect. A lot of the colleges, College of Nurses and Midwives has a lot of, is a huge organization, obviously, given the size of the profession and so on. So, but they work together as BC health regulators and assist each other. So there is a measure of consistency, although they're not exactly the same.
Member.
Thank you very much. Moving down to 14.2 sub D, the principles talk about acting in a fair manner and demonstrating respect for the principles of procedural fairness. Is there a reference or a written set of principles that will provide guidance? Acting in a fair manner is fairly subjective to some people. So is there a reference point or a set of principles that will guide the colleges when it comes to that particular clause?
Minister.
Well, Speaker, sometimes it makes it seem we get up and answer these questions that we fully understand these things in advance. I want to assure you that I learn in these debates as well. But the idea of fairness and procedural fairness is built into administrative law, and all the people involved in this area of practice are well aware of that. So the answer is yes, there is a pretty clear understanding of what that is because of the underpinning of administrative law.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We move along, and it's an interesting inclusion. And so if we look at Clause 14, Sub 3, Sub A, we talk about a holistic healthcare system. So can the Minister confirm for me whether or not it is inclusive of both publicly funded and or privately funded or insurance-funded healthcare services that are provided by a variety of healthcare professionals and staff?
Minister.
So I think it's fair to say that sometimes different professions don't always play nicely with one another. I think the history will tell us that, and I'll spare everyone a number of examples where that's been demonstrated. What we want to have in our public healthcare system, and we've talked about this a lot over time, over many years. And former Minister of Health was sitting in the House today, and he would have felt the same thing as team-based care. In other words, people working together across professions to provide better care for people. That's one set of ideas. The idea of a holistic healthcare system is that there are many aspects to health, and that people working in, understand that people working in different health professions, whether they be naturopathic physicians, working with others in the system, or chiropractors, working with medical doctors who are back specialists, that the idea is that people should work together in the system. This isn't the same as not having a public system or anything else, but it's to say that, it's our expectation that people should work to a holistic healthcare system where we're working together on things. And it's part of the goal of this legislation in a way, which is to bring colleges together. When you bring the dental colleges together, that's really what you're saying, right? That's an action that does it. But in addition to that, health professions and health colleges should work together. And maybe, and if you're having a state of guiding principles, that should be a guiding principle. And so that's the reason it's there, is that should be a guiding principle for how we act. There's a whole bunch of issues. There's always going to be debates about the scope of public health care, whether things that are currently not in that scope should be included. All of that is true, and that's a debate, a public debate. But that everybody who works in healthcare should, as a principle, understand that they're working for the same end, which is the health of people, and work together in the most positive possible way. So we want to encourage collaboration between regulators, the ones that we're most familiar with, the ones that have been around to the 19th century, with newer colleges, that it's our expectation that people are going to collaborate and work together. And that's a good guiding principle for the superintendent for the colleges.
Member.
So thank you, Honourable Chair. So the focus of holistic health is actually not about the services provided, it's about the people in terms of the relationship and working in a more collaborative process. We're talking about a holistic healthcare system. The Minister is nodding, so I will take that as a yes. Could the Minister identify in 3 sub B, 14.3 sub B, it talks about the removal of barriers to the practice of a designated profession or occupation by extra-jurisdictional practitioners. We had a brief discussion about that, but we certainly know that there's a lot of discussion always about how we get people into British Columbia, and I think just as recently as, I can't even remember now, it's been long days, yesterday or this morning, we've heard about months-long waits for people who should move forward more quickly. We need them, and they're also certified, their credentials are also certainly valid and should be used in our province. So have there been specific barriers that have been identified in terms of preventing extra-jurisdictional practitioners from practicing in our province?
Minister.
Well, I think what we want our colleges to do is to ensure, we expect high standards, and that's dealt with elsewhere in the Act, but to ensure the maximum extent possible that extra-jurisdictional practitioners who are qualified to practice in BC be able to practice in BC. And this sometimes, and so this is a guiding principle. So what we're saying to all of the health regulators is, this is a guiding principle for you. This is where we start. So the starting point isn't, we're going to keep people out. The starting point is, people come in. I want to give real credit to the College of Nurses. We made an announcement in February with the College of Nurses around the triple track proposal, the supports for people who are qualifying here, and it's making a real difference. And some of that came from, the ministry and the minister and us, and quite a bit of it came from them. So so seeking out and reducing barriers is a good idea, and it's an important guiding principle for the legislation, I think, to tell people that in all of your actions across the board, this is where we'd like to see you go, and this is where you need to go. And so there are there's obviously debate with different professions about some of the restrictions. I think the member and I have talked, about, I don't know, the requirement for certain practitioners new to BC who might have decades of experience being under oversight for years, and whether that's consistent with what we need to do right now. So, this tells people that of course you got to protect people's safety and make sure people are safe, but we want to see fairness given to extra jurisdictional practitioners, and it's right here in the guiding principles of the Act.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. One of the things we hear most frequently about is the time it takes. So when we talk about removing barriers, is there an expectation that timelines and being more expeditious would be, because when we think about, lots of people, might ask, well, okay, what does this act do in terms of the current situation we're facing in healthcare? This is one of the things that would make a big difference if we were able to see. No one is suggesting watering down the credentials, and I've said that to the Minister dozens of times. But is there an assumption that, the time it takes, it would be considered a barrier today?
Minister.
I think so, and it's one of the changes that the College of Nurses has made and is really working on, as is the College of Physicians and Surgeons and other colleges, because there are also, as in the public healthcare system, a member will know very significant issues around allied health workers now and in the future, and they're very, very important. Often members of the Health Sciences Association, very important to our system. So, yes, I think so. And one of the challenges for people who are coming here and want to work in Canada, for example, and one of the reasons we did a multiple assessment in the College of Nurses, and they brought that in, was to say, you should be able to assess at the same time. So you've got the set of skills. Maybe you're not in this category, but to assess all of your skills at once. So you're not saying, oh, I'm sorry, you can't be a registered nurse. You should apply again to be an LPN. And let them, and so on. So so I think we need to do things that make a practical difference. One of the challenges, right? Remember, this is not the problem of regulatory colleges, say, for doctors, is the number of residencies, right? And to have residencies, you need current doctors to oversee it. And so it actually was a significant issue in the agreement we had with doctors. The recent agreement that we've signed with doctors, which we hope is ratified, is that is to clarify the role they play, the teaching role that they play in working with residents, right, and in new residents. And it's that's a capacity of the system issue, which is not obviously the responsibility of colleges, right? But it's the responsibility of, broadly speaking, the government and the system. And so, but yes, I think so. I think that would be an expectation. And for a lot of professions, there are both national and regional responsibilities. And I frankly think that multiple jurisdictional requirements for nurses, for example, may have made sense at some time in the past. I think they make less sense now. And so that's something that we have to assess, and something I know our nursing college is looking at, because they are anxious to both maintain standards but to cut down the time and the complexity. Often, a member will know, people will come, they're coming to a new country, unfamiliar with its rules and ideas. And in addition to that, we put in place procedures that would be difficult for someone who's lived here all their life to pass their way through. So all of those are aspects of it, and I think the member is quite right to highlight that question.
Member.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate hearing that. I do think that when people think about what the barrier is, probably the first one they think about is it takes too long. So, and again, it's not about we want people to have the appropriate credentials to work in our province. One of the other important principles in terms of exercising and performing duties under this Act relate to providing opportunities for meaningful public engagement. Now, from my perspective, that is one easy thing to say, and it is measured differently by different people. So are there going to be specific criteria identified by the superintendent, I assume, who will have responsibility to measure this, in terms of what does transparent mean? What does meaningful public engagement mean? So can the minister just speak to that whole concept of important principle? The question is, how do you measure what meaningful public engagement is?
Minister.
So the purpose here in the guiding principle on the issue of transparency, and by the way, this obligation for transparency and the obligation for meaningful public discussion is also applies to the superintendent. So it's not one rule for the superintendent in charge and the other rule for the colleges. There are a lot of procedures of this act which ensure transparency. And one of the main issues that has been raised in the past by MLAs, but by members of the public, is the lack of transparency of processes of professional colleges, a sense that they're a place apart. And when the public enters there, they don't get satisfaction with respect to transparency. So there's a lot of place in the Act where we're establishing and putting in place a priority for transparency and for public awareness. And you see this reflected through the bill, and we'll be talking to them when we get to those sections. What this says in the guiding principles is, it tells you not to share, for reasons of privacy would be an important reason, share. When there's an opportunity for consultation and a need for consultation, consult. And that's a good principle. Now, the member, if this were a question period, might get up with a series of other questions, which we'll set aside. And I just want to acknowledge that I understand and I appreciate her restraint at this point. But in advance. But I'm just kidding. But I think that that's the bias, and that's why they're in the guiding principles. Transparency and that role for the public is in the guiding principles, and also through the Act. And it was an important consideration at every stage of this. As you know, a lot of people say they enter into this process and 2 years later they get a response and it's not very adequate and they don't know what happened. They don't know if, I'm saying, well, that's changing with this Act and we're taking lots of measures to change that. And there's a particular priority of, I'd say, of the member for Kelowna Lake Country, for example, and a lot of our discussions was focusing on those issues, right? And so we've done that, but it's also a principle broadly in the document for that, you know, there's a bias in favor of sharing and a bias in favor of consultation, and that's directed in the guiding principles.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. And I think it's just, I certainly think that it's an important, the guiding principles are important. And I know that having just finished the Health Committee report, for example, we put a series of important principles in that report as well that we believed were inherently important when it comes to the work that we did. Are there additional public bodies and advocacy organizations who will be regularly consulted?
Minister.
I won't, I'll try not to do this too much. If you look at section 19 and section which involves this consultation by the superintendent, section 387, which is about consultation with the colleges, you'll see the superintendent must consult mean, there's a broad responsibility for public consultation. The guiding principles must consult with a series of groups that includes the public, right? So, you know, that's consultation for the superintendent. And then Section 387, which we'll get to, but I don't have immediately in front of me, but I will get it in front of me, talks about consultation as well, and about notice and so on, so people knowing that things occur. But that's a list of people that they must consult with, and that includes the public. And so, and that requirement is right there, and it's not consult in the guiding principles, but you know, you can meet that with some minimum consultation. It lays out in Section 19 some of the people you must consult with.
Member.
Thank you very much. And I guess just my final comment on this particular section, I think it does lay out for the people who actually have to do this this work. It lays out the expectations in terms of how they carry out their roles and what the important principles are. So while we might have some discussion about you know, thresholds and definitions and how does it work, I think it's important and critical to be included. So I do want to thank the minister for providing us with clarity about the guiding principles.
Okay, members, shall clause 14 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 50, recognizing.
Honourable Chair, can I just ask for a 5-minute break at this point? We go 14 is kind of a guiding principles point there, and then just 5 minutes, and I'll be right back.
I actually need to go grab
Why don't we make it 10 minutes?
10?
10 minutes,
Thank you.
and we'll be back at 4:30. committee back to order. We are continuing debate on Bill 36, Health Professions and Occupations Act, and we are on Clause 15. I recognize the member for Prince George Vale Mount.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that short break. So, Clause 15, we're talking once again about anti-discrimination measures. And I had asked the question, and I will just ask it. I got the answer in the last section, but we looked at how this doesn't apply in two other areas when it comes to Division 5, Part 3 and Division 2, Part 4. We talked about that in terms of the guiding principles. So why does this clause not have the same limitations of not applying to those two divisions as Clause 14 did?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. The anti-discrimination measures are objectives that apply to regulators and practitioners. Well, if we have the discussion, a slightly different discussion in Section 14 or Clause 14 and Clause 15, these measures apply to both.
Member.
So I just want to be clear that this applies both to regulators and to people who provide health services.
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Importantly, this is talking about fostering an environment that is physically, culturally, socially, emotionally, and spiritually safe, with safe practices. And can the Minister tell me, I know that we've talked about consultation and how we got where we are today, but again, it's really important that there is an inclusive approach to what that looks like for various groups of people. BIPOC, for example, people who have potentially disabilities, all of those groups. So what will be the expectation in terms of ongoing consultation about how you operationalize this?
Minister.
I think this is where, our bias, and I think it comes right through the process, and it reflects, I think, the bias of most legislators, not to put these sorts of things into regulations, but to put them directly in the legislation. So a lot of what was here was taken from the Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafont report, expanded beyond racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and includes anti-discrimination, so beyond just racism, which is one form of discrimination, and that is what we're saying to health professionals, to health regulators, is we expect this as a minimum, and there's also the possibility to add to this in bylaws and other measures. In other words, these are guiding principles in the legislation. and the work we're doing and our pursuit of anti-discrimination measures. These are requirements for everyone, and this is what we expect. And we want to put it in the legislation, not in the regulations. But it's a floor, not a ceiling of those measures. And that it'll be part of the superintendent's job to ensure that health professional colleges apply these, but mostly it'll be the responsibility of health professional colleges, because it's not the oversight body you want doing it, it's the colleges themselves. So this applies minimum standards. A lot of this was taken from Dr. Turpel-Lafond's report for good reason, because she, I think, explored these issues extremely well and with application beyond them. Obviously, there's issues specific throughout the discussion to Indigenous peoples, and that's been reflected in our discussion with the member for Vancouver-Langara. So those are a little bit of the outline of why this measure, why it's in the Act, because we wanted as much as possible to have things that were important, not in regulation, and this is obviously central to how we view the healthcare system, which is culturally safe across the activities of health practitioners and obviously in the regulatory system as well.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I'm assuming that, again, it is, when we talked about the definition of anti-discrimination measures, we talked about the fact that it was about an expectation, a positive expectation, rather than a reaction to when something happens, and then, there's a series of things that happen after that. So I certainly understand the importance of having it in legislation rather than regulation, and the response to the in plain sight and Dr. Turpel-Lafond's responses. I guess when we talked about the definition, we talked about what are some anti-discrimination measures. So who will determine what they are? Is it the regulatory colleges? Is it public health institutions as employers? Is it by individual health practitioners? It's one thing to have it written. It's how do we operationalize that? So who's going to determine what the anti-discrimination measures are?
Minister.
So to a degree, by putting in the Act, these are the rules, right? That they all have to apply, that they have to apply them across health professions, whether they're health authorities or whether they're not health authority and not public system, and I think there was a recognition in our discussion, in our consultation, that when you include definitions of discrimination that come from the BC Human Rights Code, we needed a positive affirmation as well. And we wanted to make that explicit in this code. And that's why the language in the discussion is much more linked to the in plain sight report, to make sure that there was that positive affirmation. These are the things we have to do to create, a culture of safe practices across spiritual belief and culture and so on. So I think when we say, well, where is it? It's right here in the Act. And that's at the core of what our expectations are for health practitioners and colleges. And yes, there's a role for colleges and to a degree the superintendent, but for colleges and then practitioners themselves to make sure they're engaging in culturally safe practice. And that's our expectation. There's a critical role for them. But they want to know where we're directing that. We're directing it right here.
Member.
And I thank you, Chair. I think we also need to acknowledge that, probably in lots of places this already happens, but it's important to be explicit. And obviously it has the weight of a law now, being part of this Act. So in plain sight, again, I referenced it earlier, Dr. Trapelafon talked about inconsistency and looking at how we standardize or how we provide a more consistent approach to these issues. So in the case of anti-discrimination measures, what resources are going to be made available so that people actually understand the objectives? How this is new, and all of the definitions and all of the expectations, and they're probably in practice, much of this takes place anyway. But what resources, what tools will be made available so that people actually understand what the expectations are?
Minister.
And I think it's critically important in these things. The member's right to identify that, because you want people to be well informed, because we don't want the colleges to be investigated why they're not doing it and spending resources doing that. We want to have a situation in place where people are doing it, and that's the purpose of this being in the Act. So there's no question we'll probably have to provide some support to them to do that, no question about that. But also, they'll have to reach out beyond their colleges to the very Indigenous groups we've talked about, but also, as the member identifies, other groups, right, to make sure that they're meeting those standards. And that includes, for example, people living with disabilities and others, right, in the community, right? And so it's not just, I mean, obviously there's something very specific, and there's a lot of specific sections about DRIPA and the rights of Indigenous people and so on, and that's critical, but there are other expectations as well, and those are included here. So absolutely, I think, and they're going to have to reach out beyond it, and there will be a standardization of some of that, as we discussed earlier, but this creates a positive expectation, and for practitioners. And if we do a good job of communicating that, then there will be, by definition, much fewer investigations for people not affirming this in the initial instance.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I'm just going to ask permission of the committee to introduce a guest we have here in the committee room. It's very exciting to see Ben Halford here with us today. He's in grade 9. And he is job shadowing his dad today. So we just want you to know that this is the kind of homework we do around here, Ben. So, you know, so don't worry when you get homework. It will not be this size of a binder that you have to deal with. So we want to welcome you to the legislature, and so glad that you're here and getting a chance to see your dad in action. So thank you for joining us today. And I know the Minister of Health is very happy that you're here to watch us do this very important work together. So. Well, I thank you, Mr. Honourable Chair. So to the Minister, I think it is important that there is a willingness to look at how we provide resources, because it's one thing to put it on paper. And I also, again, want to recognize that there are probably lots of healthcare practitioners and regulators who already promote these objectives. So we shouldn't assume that it doesn't exist, but this just codifies it basically and makes it a positive expectation. So I'm wondering if the Minister could just describe for me examples of anti-racism approaches. It clearly articulates that in this clause. So could the Minister just describe for me what anti-racism approaches might include?
Minister.
Thank you. And actually, interestingly, I met with Ben earlier, and he's going to be providing me with a detailed scouting report on his dad. So I'm looking forward to that later, you know, and that's important. We're always working here. whether he's kicks with his left foot or his right when he plays soccer, that sort of thing. Because we like to get ready for it. It's good to see you, Ben. And I already offered him the book, by the way. Just do all that, but it's great to see you again. And we have nothing but Diet Pepsi in my fridge, so it was all good. It was all pretty safe. I want the leader of the opposition to know that Ben took the caffeinated and the member for Surrey White Rock took the decaffeinated today. So I think that's good. I think that probably makes a lot of sense to the member. I won't say anything more about that. I think obviously there's a whole element of education measures that take place, but also in our quality assurance processes to make sure and have ways and measurement of how we implement culturally safe environments in healthcare, which is the most important thing, that people feel like, and the in-plain sight report, we should say, shows that they do not, right? Whatever, all of those measures that we've taken, that they do not. So the positive affirmation that we do those are the kinds of processes that we'd like to see and will be brought into place to ensure that these measures are put into effect.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If we could for a minute, I'm wondering if the Minister, I want to focus a little bit on 15 sub 2, because it speaks to regulatory processes, including all of the following, and it goes on to speak, obviously, we want to treat regulatory participants respectfully, and meaningful communication, all of those things are incredibly important. So does sub 2 then speak directly to regulatory colleges only, or does it also include health practitioners?
Minister.
So sub 2 does refer to regulatory colleges, right, and agendas and the superintendent, I should say, in addition to that. So when I say one, I almost always mean the other as well. And that is that those processes include, obviously, complaints, which is important, but also licensing and registration, all the quality assurance, all of those meet that test in regulatory process. So that's number 2. And then obviously the member will ask about number 3 in a second, but that obviously goes well beyond the regulatory colleges.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'd like to look at 2 sub C. And I think it's important that there is a process to identify discriminatory practices, policies, programs, structures, etc. Is there a defined process, or is that something that colleges determine, or is there? How is that done? How will discriminatory practices be identified?
Minister.
So the colleges will have to do regular reviews of all their processes, and then the superintendent will do checks on those reviews to make sure that they're meeting the expectations of the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So jumping just ahead, I just want to, as we've worked our way through these sections, obviously the role of the superintendent is very much about accountability in terms of the oversight role, making sure that colleges are doing what's expected of them in the new act. So I know we're going to talk more about the superintendent when we get way down to, I think it's 14 or something or other. So the minister actually used the word I'd like him to define. What does, how does the minister define regularly? Are there specific expectations that it's yearly, it's every 5 years? What does regularly mean?
Minister.
We haven't defined regularly, but for those that might be listening, I would say regularly is at least every year. That would be my expectation anyway, but that's what it means. I don't think people see regularly as every 5 years. No, I don't think they think that, or even every 2 years. I think they mean at least every year. It might be, a regulatory college might pursue it in a different way, where they're doing it monthly, but in a different process, right? And then have an annual review. But I would say regularly means every year, at least.
Member.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer, because one of the things I think that we all need to remember is that as we bring a new act, interpretation of that act is absolutely critical, and conversations like this will actually inform how people do what is expected of them. And so when there is a word like meaningful or regularly, they're going to be looking for some sense of what that actually means. So, I think my preference would have been, I'm certainly not going to make an issue of it, but it simply could have said that annually, or whatever time frame the minister was thinking of. So again, does the minister have any examples of, and I guess we could look for guidance to the consultations that have taken place and also in plain sight, but could the minister provide us with an example of a discriminatory structure that exists today?
Minister.
So I think it can take different forms. Like, I think that we, to an extent, you could point to, say, an incident that occurs where someone isn't treated well individually. But it also might include, for example, if in a community of people, one group of people wasn't making any complaints or wasn't heard, right? Then I think you'd have to look at your practices, knowing that, say 25% of a community includes that class of people, and 1% of the participation of the complaints came from there. I think you'd have to review your practices, and maybe that would mean in that community that you need to have information available in another language, right? In that circumstance. Not that you do every language in every community all the time, because that's not maybe realistic, although we have some of that means in healthcare, right? It may be that a certain form is impenetrable for a certain group of people, for example. Certainly, I just an example, I'll use myself as an example, because everyone, you want to be careful when you use real life examples, but if a form were in French, I speak French reasonably well, but a whole bunch of forms, if they're in French, I'd have a lot of difficulty with. I'd take a lot more time. And it might be seen to me, if that was only in that language and it wasn't my language, as an impediment, and so I don't make a complaint. So part of it is ensuring a proactive approach and assessing, both at an individual level, but kind of at a systems level, what proactive steps you can take to ensure that everyone feels I don't think the right word is welcome, because a lot of these processes are difficult, but feels like they can participate and be in the process and treated fairly in the process. And I think that's what I would describe.
Member.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the minister for that. And actually, he actually read my mind in terms of where I was headed, and especially when it comes to the issue of language. And so when we look at the other expectations here relate to meaningful communication between patients and regulated health practitioners, language barriers are significant. And one of the things that when I looked at this 3 sub B, when it talks about open and effective dialogue that encourages patients to participate in the decisions that affect them, I'm sure the minister knows, and I hear it as well. Seniors are often in a place where people talk about them, not to them. And I am hopeful that, looking at a clause like this that says that's not acceptable, and that we need to, despite age or fragility, that they actually need to be included in that dialogue. So I actually really appreciated that language about, we actually need to have people participate in decisions that affect them. And language was certainly one of the things that I considered. The other thing, so again, as we look at discriminatory practices, looking also at persons with disabilities, we've talked about that, deaf and hard of hearing individuals. So again, the expectation is a positive expectation that there will be a lens that's applied to ensure that people who may experience discrimination or barriers would be considered in healthcare practice. Is that how the minister views this clause?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So that's 4 words. Yes.
Member.
Thank you very much. And you see, Ben, there are some yes and no answers available here in the committee room. They're few and far between, but they do come. Is there a way of measuring or evaluating? Again, we'll go back to the role of the superintendent. Will it be the superintendent's role to? Well, I guess it first starts at the college level that looks at their members in terms of adherence to these kinds of guiding principles and expectations. So the general question is, where is the accountability mechanism? How will it be measured whether these standards are being met?
Minister.
Yeah, I think you can measure processes, you can measure participation, you can measure engagement, you can measure and take measurement around complaint and type of complaint. So those are some of the measurements. It'll be the role of the superintendent to measure the health colleges as perhaps compared to one another in each one, and to oversee that. But it'll also be a role for the health college boards to do that as well. That would be our expectation of the boards, where the management, the CEOs of the health colleges would be putting in force these measures. We would be expecting the boards to look at this and see that as part of their obligation to ensure that there are appropriate measurements provided.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So just maybe to fine-tune the point from my perspective, what is the level of individual responsibility that's set by the clause? I understand that it speaks to regulatory colleges. It is a positive expectation. But what is the level of individual responsibility at the health practitioner level?
Minister.
These are very specific obligations to practitioners in 15.1 and 15.3 here. And I just wanted to note to the member, I know we'll get there, but Clause 492 allows me to order specific information and monitor of discrimination measures, should that be required. But more likely that would be the superintendent, but it does allow me to order that as well.
Member.
For a week or two.
We won't go there.
It's question period.
Please, thank you, Honourable Chair. Don't make me say it again. We've already had a conversation, the Minister and I, about that. He thinks I'll be asking for it for quite some time into the future.
At least a week more.
You were more confident yesterday, Minister. I want you to know that. All right, back to the serious work at hand here. Could the Minister describe for me what is meant by prescribed objectives and what may become a prescribed objective, or why is it necessary to include that? Is it so that is it sort of the and other duties as assigned clause? So could the Minister just describe that for me?
Minister.
So just to note two other sections of the bill, Section 72, Section 216, which require practitioners to take anti-discrimination measures. The purpose of this is similar, as the member suggested. We understand this may evolve over time. So right now we have these two, but there may be, as practice evolves, need for to expand that, and that's what this opportunity to prescribe other objectives would be.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I'd like to ask a question. I know that we did have a discussion in the earlier stages about GBA plus, but I know the Minister knows this, and I just, as the bill was put together, there are some very specific issues addressed. And rightly so. But one of the things that I'm concerned about is the fact that there is gender-based discrimination in healthcare, and that is well documented, that often women are treated very differently in the healthcare system. And that's a significant concern. It didn't start yesterday. It has happened probably since the beginning of time. And so I'm wondering if the Minister considered or has thought about why there was no specific measures to really look at what is medical misogyny. That's what it is. That exists in our healthcare system. So I'm wondering if he has given any thought to gender-based discrimination, and if there's a way. I've read all the words, and but I know that it is an inherent issue, and would an explicit reference at least help to draw attention to that issue?
Minister.
Well, I want to agree with the member, and that's why, as we discussed, we've used the term discrimination here. So it would absolutely include that. There would absolutely be a positive expectation, but also age, right? Also understanding that these things come together. So we saw in the In Plain Sight report the differential impact of it on Indigenous women of racism, even against Indigenous men, and that was significant as well. So it's not, and so all of that's true, but also race or skin color, also all of the issues around LGBTQ discrimination and others. So that's the reason why we want to do it this way, so that we weren't necessarily laying all those out and to other prescribed, but other potential forms and evolution over time. So it's the very reason why this is anti-discrimination, not anti-racism. Just anti-racism. Anti-racism is there, but there may be all of these other circumstances involved that might include, at one time in our lives, there was a very significant movement in this province against French. There were rallies, right? One can imagine language of origin might be another issue, or other circumstances. So that's why it's discrimination. But the member is absolutely right, and it's an important reason why we have debates, right? To send this message very clearly that we know that exists. We know that exists within communities as well. And it's our expectation when we talk about anti-discrimination that it absolutely includes all of those things. So gender-based, also obviously language and race and orientation and other questions. So we wanted to address all of those questions, and that's why we've used the term discrimination. But if the member is asking, well, does it include that? You bet it does. And it's a significant issue in healthcare. It has been for a long time. It is now.
Member.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the minister's awareness and response about how important it is. I certainly understand that there is a spectrum of discrimination, and I just think that one of the things that I struggle with is if it isn't explicit, at times it is hard for people to grasp the magnitude of that issue. So I think it goes back to, in fact, and when we stop and think about even just the work we did on the health committee, Indigenous women, for example, are almost 10 times more likely to die of an overdose, and you start layering on all of the reasons. So I appreciate that, and I think that's why in my final comment on Division Part 1, Section 15, that I think that having a set of expectations and a set of and ensuring that there is standardization and consistency across the regulatory colleges and expectations for their health practitioners is going to be really essential, and that is ultimately what Dr. Topel-Lafond said, related to obviously In Plain Sight, but it's true for all of the other forms of discrimination and how we work to change that culture. So with that, Honourable Chair, those are my last comments related to Section 15.
Minister.
To say that I agree wholeheartedly with what the member said.
Okay, members, on Clause 15, shall it pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 16, shall it pass? Aye. Oh, on Clause 17? Sorry. On Clause 16, recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much. And so we're happily moving on to Part 2, which now is talking about designation and the model of regulation. So we're actually moving into another section. So this Division 1, talks about designation. So in Clause 16, it says that the superintendent may conduct a designation assessment for the purpose of assisting the minister. Could the minister explain what that means in terms of assisting the minister?
Minister.
Much. One of the important parts of the legislation is this part, which was a real focus, say, the member for Cowichan and myself, which is how we appropriately designate new health professions or change the way we regulate a given health profession. So there's a number of factors to be considered, and one of them, of course, is risk, and you'll see that as we get to section 22. So this allows the superintendent to provide their counsel and their analysis and assessment in determining whether to designate a health profession, right? So this allows them to do that and then provide that information to the minister or a health occupation, as the case may be. And so you see the reference to the later sections, but this is part of the superintendent's job. Either identify and then provide that, or to provide an assessment of risk to assist the minister.
Member.
Thank you. So just to confirm with the minister then, so for example, we've had some discussion, as the minister referenced, clinical counselors, we've had a discussion about social workers. So is this where the superintendent does an assessment of whether or not that particular health profession or occupation should be regulated, and he or she would make that recommendation to the minister?
Minister.
Yes, I think, I mean, it's our intention to proceed with the two mentioned by the member. I think there's broad support for that. But let's just say ambulance paramedics, for the sake of argument, who are regulated now under the EMALB, right? That if they were to wish to, then there might be an appropriate risk assessment provided and able to be provided by the superintendent to aid us in that task, and it would assess things such as risk.
Okay. Members, shall clause 16 pass? So ordered. Shall recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount on clause 17.
Thank you. Can the minister provide an example of when it would be in the public interest to conduct a designation assessment?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Well, I'll give you a very specific example. When a committee of the Legislature, as happened yesterday, says that we should be regulating clinical counselors. Right? So when there's a public interest case for professional regulation, right, then I think that sets the standard. In the case of the diagnostic and therapeutic professions, and they've been looking for this for some time. They've been actually delayed in this process that's been developed in terms of the creation of their own college, which they had wanted to do for some time, as the member will know. So there's clearly a public case. They've been making it for a while. They have the support of the profession, and so that makes sense. And there may be others, right? And that may also be true of health occupations. So it may be our desire, for example, to do that with healthcare assistants, although we're not there yet. So he must conduct the assessment if asked to by the minister, but he may conduct it on their own initiative as well. And this allows two ways of going about it. And the third, obviously, is he must give us notice after forming the opinion, right? So in both those things, he just has to give notice in that case. And in the latter case, if that's the direction, then he must provide the assessment. And I think that gives us two ways of addressing it, which I think is the right course here.
Member.
Can the, thank you, Chair. In 17 sub 3, could the minister just describe what reasonably practicable means?
Minister.
So it's I guess, different from as soon as possible in the sense that, say, he forms the opinion at 11 o'clock on a Thursday night. He doesn't have to inform me at 11:01. In that case, reasonably practical. If he's prepared the opinion and written it, might be the next day. If he's decided, but he needs to write it, that's a few days. But reasonably practical means just that, within reason, as soon as possible.
Member.
So no specific timeline, but there's an understanding that it would be whatever is reasonable. It also, in section 17, clause 17, talks about the fact that the superintendent must give written notice to the minister. Is there no requirement then for a superintendent to notify the public at the same time as the minister? So it notes that it must give written notice to the minister. Is there any expectation about when the superintendent would inform the public?
Minister.
So, yes. So the superintendent would be informing whoever's the Minister of Health, right? That they're going to do a designation assessment. And then we get to section 19 and they have to have a consultation process. And so that's detailed there. So, I don't know, it could potentially be a short period of time once they've determined to do that before they inform people. But the expectation is you're going to proceed, you got to inform people. And that's what you need to do.
Member.
Oops. 17.
Oh, okay, members on clause 17, shall it pass? Aye. So ordered. Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemount on clause 18.
Thank you. So this clause actually gives considerable authority to the minister to determine how a designation assessment may be conducted. So can the minister just clarify, does that mean that, so the authority given here in the Act, does that mean that the minister may give direction for each designation assessment as they occur, or for the broad set of expectations around any time a designation assessment happens as a whole? So I'm hopeful, I'm getting a quizzical look, but not from the minister, but is it case by case, and the minister would then may give directions? Is it a specific designation assessment, or is it that once and for all he or she would lay out the expectations around that assessment?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So it's I or the minister, excuse me, the minister may give direction on these questions, may. You also can choose not to give that direction. But if you say want that response in 6 months, which might be a small thing or whatever the number, which you may give that direction. It may be different in different cases because the complexities are different in different cases. This has been a long-standing issue without getting back into clinical counselors and the different kinds of people designated as counselors. That may be a more complicated question than a more worked-out question around the diagnostic and therapeutic professions. So there may be a longer requirement, a longer need for consultation and an assessment for reasons of complications involving the profession. So there might be a reason for that. I want to note that this is a change, that the minister gets to do this. There is a role for what's called the Lieutenant Governor and Council of the Cabinet to direct. They can direct me, or whoever the next minister is, or the one after that, or the one after that, to do that, right, as well. So the Cabinet can also direct the minister, and you'll see that in section 20, I think, that's coming up. But yes, I can give directions of that kind to the assessment and the reports I receive and the information I want. And it kind of makes sense if, I'd say, if it's a designation assessment that the minister is asking for, then the minister should give some direction as to what they would like to see. If it's a designation assessment that the superintendent is equally, they would probably set out the expectations, but they'd have they would do that themselves in that process. So, you know, if the minister is giving a designation assessment, asking for one, then I should also ask, well, do we need it? When do we need it? What information do we need? And just that is in some ways, it's not an extension of the authority of the minister, but rather the accountability of the minister to be clear about what the minister wants.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. So again, I want to just clarify those. So the minister may, which is interesting, there's always a discussion in drafting about may or must. So this is may, give directions. So the minister can can direct an assessment. And could the minister just clarify again the fact that around the relationship that cabinet would have? So is it 2 opportunities then? Am I jumping ahead? I think it may be somewhere else in the, so can the minister just clarify? So the minister can direct an assessment, a designation assessment, provide all of the details that are listed in subs A to E, but cabinet may also do that?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Section, sorry, I misspoke, 520, which gives the cabinet the right as well to effectively direct the minister to do that. So that is an opportunity for cabinet to do that as well. So to maintain their existing cabinet's existing ability to do that, but also say that the minister can direct. So that's the latter is the change, I would say, and to a degree, it increases, at least for getting the designation assessment, the authority of the minister to do it, and we lay out some of the things the minister should do. And again, number 3 indicates that should such direction be given, that effectively there be notice to the public so that they understand the scope of the assessment.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. In relation to 18 sub 2 sub D, again, you know, this is new, and the minister is going to have authority to set things related to details related to scope and dates. I'm interested in the sub D because it talks about respecting information that must be made publicly available in the course of conducting the assessment. Transparency is going to be critical in a new process like this. So how would the minister weigh or determine what would be made public? One would assume that one would assume that the minister would want to be as publicly transparent as possible, but to what degree of discretion? It sounds like it's completely at the discretion of the minister what's made public in terms of the designation.
Minister.
So the transparency is built into the legislation. So I can't reduce that. I keep saying that. The minister can't reduce that, right? The minister can't reduce it in any way. But what I could say is, I'd like a public hearing. I'd like cameras on that public hearing. I'd like every firefighter in the province, if they want, to be able to see that public hearing. So that's in addition to, there's an obligation on the superintendent to be transparent. That's reflected here. And I am not limiting that in any way. But what it's saying is that there may be reasons why I want to be even more so about this. Or alternatively, involvement of particular groups. Or alternatively, say, advocacy groups. So you could imagine, as part of that transparency, if we were assessing clinical counselors, and again, we hope to sort of deal with that process as we're going in here, but if we're doing that, I might say, well, I don't expect you just to let everybody know. I expect that specific groups will be regularly informed as to what you're doing, right? More than normal. And I've decided, because we've met with the Canadian Mental Health Association or whatever, BC branch or whatever, that I expect them to be informed. So you can't make it less, you can only make it more, is the way the legislation goes. And there may be some reason that the minister might want that to happen.
Member.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. So I just want to be very clear that obviously more transparency is better. So this does not allow the minister, not this minister necessarily, but the minister, to reduce the level of transparency, but it is additive. So in other words, there may be unique ways or things that the minister of the time wants to use in order to get that information out. So it is additive, there's not an ability to say, I don't want anything to be public, for example.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think that I think it's important, and that's why those issues of transparency are so much part of the guiding principles in other parts of the Act. And we're going to get to it in a minute, the consultation process required. And there needs to be a very detailed consultation process required, because you're talking about a new profession. Effectively, you're talking about fees, right? So there's all that expectation. But a minister might determine that there needs to be a little more than that. There needs to be more than that, more than the required consultation, more than the required level of transparency. For example, what I talked about, some form of public hearing. And should that be the case, then the minister could give direction, may give direction, not will give direction, not has to give direction, but may give direction. But that is not, the minister cannot be giving direction that, well, you can't talk to anybody about it, because that would be contrary to the Act.
Member.
Madam Chair, in 18 sub 3, the superintendent is required to publish a notice respecting a number of things. But so at the beginning of a designation assessment, that a notice must be published by the superintendent. Is there an expectation about how broadly that notice would be? How would that be done? What is the scope of that expectation? So, is it, put it on the internet, or so? Is there a sense of the breadth of that requirement to publish a public notice?
Minister.
So no, it's not defined here, and things are changing quite quickly in terms of what we're able to make available, so we wouldn't want to necessarily legislate that. But you'll note when we get to the next section, the number of people that have to be consulted with. And by definition, when you have to consult with them, you have to inform them about what you're consulting about. So that's for starters, which includes the public, but also all these other groups, post-secondary institutions, because of course, often these are about credentials and so on. So, and of course, people who practice the profession itself. So I think there would be a broad expectation, and obviously the interest would be different. Like if we were talking about a designation assessment for, I don't know, say ambulance paramedics, and obviously there would be greater interest amongst ambulance paramedics than there would be in the broader population, although there might be both.
Shall Clause 18 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 19 pass? Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously, there's some overlap between Clause 19 and the beginning of Clause 20, but we'll work our way through this. Can the minister describe for me how this process is different than what is under the current Health Professions Act?
Minister?
So it's quite changed in the following respect. Right now, it's the minister who has the responsibility. So typically, I'd probably be asking, obviously the deputy minister, and he'd be asking Mr. Westgate to do that in addition to the many other things that he's doing, right? And that's the process. And there might be engagement, there might be not, but there's not much information. We are creating a body to do that has amongst its responsibilities to do these assessments, and then we're laying out who needs to be consulted with. So basically, none of these requirements exist now. Although, as a practical matter, absolutely the case when new colleges have been created. Such process has been put in place by previous ministers. I think the last, I believe, was Minister Hansen, but I may be wrong on that. And obviously, in our processes around merging health professions, Minister Lake and then myself on nurses and so on. So that's the process now. But the process now is not very well defined. This creates a new body to do it, and it sets out must consult, including the public, set of requirements for that consultation.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we look at 19 sub 1, it talks about the fact that it is the opinion of the superintendent. It's up to the superintendent to determine similarity. So when you're looking at assessing a designation, the superintendent is required to look at the same as or similar to. So are there any standards or expectations around that, or is that solely the left to the superintendent and the opinion of the superintendent to make that assessment?
Minister?
Yeah, it's dependent on the superintendent, so it's their responsibility, yes.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just walk through this. So if there is a designation assessment underway, it is the superintendent's job to look at whether a particular type of health service best fits within a group, or is it simply about, because it does speak to the fact that it is similar to or substantially the same as. So is it about assessing a particular health service against a group of other health services to judge similarity?
Minister.
I guess in an assessment, you may find that people are providing similar work. You may need to include them. So that's the purpose of the definition here. Obviously, part 2 here is talking about what the consultation should be. But part 1 suggesting that it may be the case that there are people doing similar work. And because councillors before us won't talk about it generally, but one can imagine that in that areas. And you might discover through the consultation there's people doing similar work that you want to include in that process. And so, and sometimes they're called different things as well. I mean, we've had a discussion about client against patient, right? So people, so that's designated there. But there may be people doing what's effectively the same thing, but call themselves different things. So we just want to make sure here that when we review an area for a designation assessment, that we're not missing out a group that may be involved in that.
Member.
Thank you. That was a more articulate answer than a question so I appreciate that. I want to ask the minister about the use of the word all of the following. So as part of the designation assessment, the superintendent must consult with all of the following. So let's just take 2 sub F, for example. It says post-secondary institutions in British Columbia that provide education and training with respect to the practice of the health profession that's being considered for the assessment. Does that mean that all of the healthcare professional, all of the post-secondary institutions that would have programs that are relevant, that there would be a requirement to consult with all of them?
Minister.
Typically, there would be, in a profession, there'll be a program somewhere in BC that, and maybe many places in BC, that creates that profession, whether it's a dentist or a dental technician or whatever it is. And so, yes, it's important to talk to them, because they are the ones doing the education and meeting the standards. So it's important to talk to them. It may be important to talk to them even if they're not, because we've talked about it before in the committee, in the Committee of Supply. This is where issues such as issues around physician's assistants become relevant, right? Because in that case, we don't have those programs now, but it may be useful to talk to the sector anyway. What we're saying here is, if there are people if there are post-secondary institutions that are having doctors right now, it'll be UBC and hopefully soon UBC and SFU, right? But for a whole bunch of other things, nursing and other professions, counselors and other professions, there's a requirement here to talk to the people who are training them to make sure you're making the right decisions. And not doing that, I think, would be a mistake, and that's why it's specifically designated here.
Before I recognize the member, we have a member from Nelson Creston.
May I seek leave to make an introduction?
We need the unanimous consent of the room. All those in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, member.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So I just want to welcome my friends from Nelson. So we have Nelson from Nelson, Glenda from Nelson, and Hayden from Comox. And Hayden is a grade 12 student and on the provincial lacrosse team. Team BC. And so, yeah, thank you. And so I just wanted to bring them in here. I think it's such an incredible bill, and to be able to hear the minister and the member in committee stage. So thank you very much for indulging me.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Valemont.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to committee today. We appreciate you being here. Not the most scintillating conversation, but really important when you're creating law. You want to get it right. So that's the discussion that the minister and I are having. So I guess I certainly agree with the minister that these are important groups of people to talk to, and I think it's great that it is included as a requirement. I just want to be very clear about, it does say with all of the following. So all of the following, actually, what the minister is saying refers to the groups that are noted below, or the organizations. Because if you read this as with all of the following, Indigenous persons who provide similar types, you could be speaking to, you could interpret that as you had to speak to every Indigenous person who is providing a similar type of health service. And what I want to be sure about is that we are talking about a group of people who fit within that particular classification. Is that accurate?
Minister.
Yes. And I think it'd be really cool if the folks from Nelson had the last name of Nelson. I think that'd be, that's it. Not sure if that's true. We only got first names. And the same for Comox. I think that would be really cool as well. That's Nelson Squared. It would be really good. But the short answer is yes.
Member.
Can the minister describe or explain to me why, for example, professional associations are not included in the list to consult with?
Minister.
Well, we're engaging with every person who practices the profession, right, in some way, in the designation. And by definition, the professional organizations who are advocacy groups would be involved in that, and they'd be involved. We don't have to include, it's not must here, but what is the must, especially if, say the member was a clinical counselor, and we were looking at that prescribed class, for us to engage and find ways to engage with people who are involved in that, or equally with nurses or others. If we were changing designations or making a change in the designation assessment. So that's the reason why we got to do, this is a very broad description, but it doesn't include necessarily advocacy organizations, but I guarantee you those advocacy organizations would know about it and be involved.
Member.
Thank you, and I'm certainly appreciative of the fact that it is a broad consultation, and I think the fact that it's in essence codified, I think that's important. I did want to ask, considering the amount of work and effort that has been done to look at the issue of cultural safety and inclusion of Indigenous peoples, UNDRIP, how will it be determined, what will the mechanism be for determining which Indigenous persons would be consulted?
Minister.
So the purpose of this is to potentially lead to a regulation, and there's a requirement to consult with Indigenous organizations on that. What we're getting at here is there are some Indigenous practices that are in parallel, potentially. You can, I think the member know what I'm talking about in the area of counseling, since we've been talking about that, but others where there may be Indigenous practitioners who are involved in something parallel, and they must consult with them. And they must consult with Indigenous organizations later. And there's an argument, I suppose, that it would be good to do it now, but you have to do it later in any event, but maybe the doing it now would preclude or shorten the period later, but in any event, they have to do it later. So this is just the assessment process. We're saying when you're making the assessment, you have to talk to potentially Indigenous practitioners doing similar kinds of work.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm assuming that this would line up when we speak of Indigenous practices. It's one of the discussions we had in the definition section of the bill where we talked about including traditional and contemporary Indigenous practices. So there would be a determination made after consultation how that definition would be reflected in the consultation process itself.
Minister.
Yes, and there's really a positive requirement to search that out. So it's not just a matter of, oh, we didn't know. You've got to search out and make sure that this is captured and then the consultation happens. That's why the utilization of must is important here.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we look at 2 sub E, it refers to employers, actually, who employ persons who provide similar types of health services. Would that include, for example, small businesses, small business operations? You can imagine there's quite an array of who might hire a particular health practitioner. Does it include public health authorities? Would it include perhaps even larger corporations who may have healthcare practitioners? Could the minister describe who would be the what employer group are we referencing here in sub E?
Minister.
Yeah, I think one of the issues we've had actually in these processes is frequently health authorities aren't asked to be involved in these processes at all, and they're the ones who need to hire professionals and fill professional resignations. Equally, you could imagine the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia, which is a major user of, for example, physiotherapy services, right? And in various things that they would be, you know, if what they're saying is we have a new provision that says that we have to provide that under these circumstances, they might be interested in how we deal with designations but equally, because a very significant number of the professions being regulated here are not public health system. You know, it's to ensure that those major employers are connected with, right? So, and so it may be that organizations, if we're not regulating chiropractors, say, I'm just trying to get some attention here on this side, just kidding. But if we're recognizing chiropractors, that, you know, all the groups that use chiropractors in broader health businesses, you'd want to connect with them. So what it just says is, we should talk to the people who are employing this health profession or occupation. It might, for example, include very specifically, for example, we saw our former colleague Terry Lake today. So we're talking about designating healthcare assistants. That employer organization, the BC Care Providers and the Denominational Health Association and the BC Seniors Living Association, et cetera. So that's what we're talking about there. But that includes health authorities and public bodies as well.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that response. When we look at 19 sub G, the superintendent is obviously required to consult with the public. Is there a set of expectations around how that would happen, or is that up to the discretion of the superintendent?
today. Minister.
So, in general, yes, it's the superintendent, but the Lieutenant Governor and Council does have the power to make regulations regarding public consultation under 531B of the Act.
Shall Clause 19 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 20 pass? Member.
Thank you. Thank you to the minister. So I'm just curious as to the use of the word may in terms of gathering information from other sources. So it's not required of the superintendent to actually look at things, for example, like seek expert advice, looking at research, those kinds of things. So this is discretionary then on the part of the superintendent in terms of obtaining additional information?
Minister.
Yeah, I'd expect that they would use many of these in hearing, but maybe not all of them in every proceeding. But this is giving some direction to the superintendent, and it's may instead of must in this case, because I mean the consultation is a must. The may is, I think, something that we have to a responsibility of the superintendent to make sure that the process is robust and meets the test, but it may not include every one of these ones in every designation assessment process, because some of them may be narrower than some of the ones we're thinking of, which is new professions.
Member.
Thank you, and again, it's a great example of the must and may that we experience in legislation and the huge debates that take place as to whether it should be must or may. So I appreciate that it gives the superintendent the scope necessary to do additional work if that's required. I'm just curious. 20, sub 1, sub F, could the minister describe to me, do other things that are authorized under the regulations or that are necessary to comply with a direction of the minister? Could the minister describe what do other things refers to?
Minister.
So it's not Christmas time yet, but we made a list. We checked it twice. But this assumes that there may be other things that aren't listed here that should happen. So it allows them to add to that list to comply with those wishes. And again, we don't necessarily know what those might be, but remember that the designations and the purpose of them is to satisfy the public interest. So there needs to be broad consultation and a broad assessment. So there may be other things. These are the ones that, as we're developing the legislation, and therefore they're listed here. And really the purpose of the last one is say, well, it's not limited to that, and there may well be other things to meet. Because if the designation assessment is directed by the minister, there may be other things that aren't considered here today that the superintendent may need to do to provide a recommendation as to what to do in the public interest.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to explore two other things in this clause. Could the minister describe when he thinks it would be an option for the hearing to be private? So hearings must be public unless the superintendent is of the opinion that to protect the privacy of an individual or for any other reason. So could the minister just give us perhaps an example? I think I understand the privacy of the individual part, but what other reasons would there be for all or part of a hearing to be held in private?
Minister.
I mean, I don't really see potential private financial considerations. One can envision that somehow, maybe. But I think more importantly is this, say an individual, and we won't name any profession in this, was opposed to its designation because of a bad experience they had that they wanted to tell the process, they wanted to speak up about. And they made that case, they said, I have some information to bring on X profession or potential profession, and I want to speak to you, and I want it to be heard, but it involves very private matters to me. I think it would be reasonable for the superintendent to say, yes, I have a responsibility for it to be public, but I want to hear this person who has something to say, and I can only hear them if it's held in private, because otherwise they might be restrained. So I think giving that opportunity to them, the default position is that they be public, but that one can imagine, and the member went through a process. I was familiar with lots of the process, but some of that discussion could potentially have happened in person. One could imagine a family member in that process who the member really wanted to speak to the committee, but the committee decided to go in camera for reasons of personal privacy and protection. And I think most people would see that as appropriate. We want it to be the default position for it to be public, but there may be circumstances that we've all been through. And there's a Children and Families Committee, for example, of this legislature that frequently does that. Not because they're not wanting transparency, but because they want to hear from people, and that is the only way to hear from people and maintain their appropriate privacy.
Member.
Thank you, and I appreciate that perspective, because I do think that it is important that the default position be public, and that it is an exceptional circumstance that would move to what is basically in camera, and obviously there's that provision in most of the processes that we're involved in. So in essence, I see it as enabling, but certainly not an expectation that would happen on a frequent basis. The other thing I just want to highlight, I think it is important to know that the superintendent can actually, as I understand it, can actually apply to the Supreme Court to compel someone to come and participate. Could the minister just speak to how they would expect that, or what circumstances would warrant going to the Supreme Court to have someone speak to an assessment process?
Minister.
So typically I'd say they wouldn't use this. And you can envision circumstances, for example, when information was required in a timely manner, and an individual or group who you need to provide that information was sort of putting you off, and you would do that. But I think that's a fail-safe, and it's not something I would expect to be used and probably it wouldn't have a lot of utility, but this picks up on some of the requirements of the current Health Professions Act in this case, and that's why it's there.
Member.
Actually, that.
Shall Clause 20 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 21 pass? Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're moving on to, obviously, Clause 21, and we are speaking at this point about risk assessment. Can the minister speak to the fact that will the criteria for risk of harm to the public form the practice of a health profession or occupation? Will it be defined every time per each risk assessment, or will there be a set standard that will at minimum serve as the foundation for that risk assessment? So is there a standard approach to risk assessment? Is it done on a case-by-case basis?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Really here, the purpose of 21.3 is that the superintendent would publish a guidebook, and that would be, so the answer, I guess, to the question is yes, and that would provide the roadmap for people about the process. It may, of course, be adjusted given the circumstances of an individual profession and so on, but the summary of the policies and procedures really should be a roadmap for what people should expect who are participating in and understanding how risk assessment is done.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister. Actually, that was going to be my next question. I was going to ask how the superintendent will be required to publish the summary of policies and procedures. How will that be done by the superintendent? Is that, I'm trying to think of how best to capture that. So how will the superintendent be required to do that?
Minister.
So my expectation, because I'm kind of a 1990s person, is that they publish that on their website. But there's also new mechanisms in social media to get that out. But there would be places that are the superintendent's website where that would exist, and then they might seek, because they want the information out more broadly, to provide that more broadly.
Shall Clause 21 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 22 pass? Aye. Member.
The next section speaks to the matters that have to be considered to assess risk. So could the minister describe the goals of this particular clause? Obviously, it lays out a series of steps, but ultimately, what is the goal of the of Clause 22?
Minister.
Well, really, it lays out the tests we're thinking of. Because we've got, I mean, there are maybe more than 3 options, but 3 I can think of. A, we designate it as a profession. B, we designate it as an occupation, lower risk, but there's a public interest in doing that. Or C, we don't designate it at all. And so what we're talking about here is matters we consider on the risk side in assessing that. And that's the purpose of this section. So the goal of the section is all of that. What are the, and all of the key determinants, the knowledge, the skills, the judgment, the risk to patients that would be incorporated in that process.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. When we look at Clause 22, it says that the superintendent must consider at least the following matters with respect to the practice of health profession or health occupation. So are there, can the minister provide examples of other matters that the superintendent may need to consider in addition to those that he or she must?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So, I mean, this is the list of things that we think constitute a good risk, the right risk assessment. We're giving ourselves, again, with H, the opportunity to add to that, should that be required. But really, if we had HIJ now, we would have included it now, right? So the purpose of that is just to give flexibility if we're missing some things in that process, that we can prescribe a matter or direct a matter, because that's what H says, right? So so regulation or direction on that. If there's something that we've missed out or something maybe particular to a particular risk assessment that we haven't considered. But this gathers what our best view of what a risk assessment would constitute, and these are all musts.
Member.
Thank you. And certainly, as we've gone through these sections, we've seen that there is an enabling provision in most of them to allow for expansion or addition of other either duties, responsibilities, or expectations. So this would just be another one of those. So one of the, when we look at 22 B 1, 22 sub B sub 1, can the minister describe the requirement to look at physical environment? How will that assessment be conducted?
Minister.
Just as an example, are they working in an environment where they're on their own? And so, for example, if we're talking about the risk of abuse, it's potentially much higher in that environment. Or are they working in an environment, say, I don't know, a hospital, where they're working with a whole bunch of other people, in which case some risks are different. So when you're considering, we're asking, where's this work being conducted of this profession? And so it's very different, you know, if we look at the environments where ambulance paramedics work, for example, they're often on their own, but the nature of their interaction with people is episodic. And so it could be anywhere in that case, right? So it could be someone's home, it could be the street, it could be the site of a car accident, whatever it is. In the case of some professions, it might be in someone's office. In other cases, it might be in a hospital. So where do they work? Do they work alone? Do they work in teams? Those are elements of risk.
Member.
So the requirement will be not looking at the actual physical environment of a specific space. It's about how the profession interacts with a group of people in a particular setting, perhaps. Could the minister just speak briefly to the requirement to assess the nature and level of supervision or direction? I think it's pretty straightforward, but I just want to be sure that it's related to the degree of supervision that exists to look at the personal liability of the individual that's in the profession.
Minister.
So I think this relates to the level of supervision. So more supervision might lead you down the path of occupation. Less supervision might lead you down the path of profession. And I think that's a key aspect of it. For example, you might say, well, a nurse works under a nurse supervisor, and that would be true. But the nurse also has independent practice responsibilities, right? And that is different than, say, a healthcare assistant who obviously interacts individually with lots of people, maybe even more people than a nurse in certain circumstances, but they're under direction and supervision in the care that they're providing. So those are the distinctions, and really, then it's a distinction if you're making an assessment when you're looking at those three options. Well, is this an occupation? Is this a profession? Or should we not be doing this at all?
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Section 19, in Clause 19, we talked about consultation that was required. Is the consideration of risk part of the discussion that occurs with the groups that are that the superintendent is required to consult with as part of the assessment process? So does risk form part of the discussion so that there is a requirement to consider risk in those discussions?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes.
Member.
I want to just turn to the description that reads the likelihood and nature of any direct or indirect harm. So how would that be determined? And could the minister give me an example of what is meant by indirect harm?
Minister.
So, and I'm not saying that this would happen necessarily, but say a medical lab technician provides information to a doctor that's incorrect, right? And then the doctor makes a diagnosis that is incorrect based on the evidence provided. The harm provided is indirect, so it was the medical lab technologist in that case wouldn't have made the diagnosis that was incorrect, but they provided indirect harm by providing, if they were to have made a mistake, and this is absolutely hypothetical to all those people who work in this sector who work very hard not to do this, but in that case, that would be an indirect harm.
Member.
And perhaps, can the minister just describe how it would be determined? So he's given an example of indirect and direct harm. How is that determined in terms of establishing that?
Minister.
By talking to the people that do the work. So what do you do in a day? And what are the possibilities in the work that you do of direct and indirect harm to people? So it's by engaging with the profession, with the professionals, that one would determine that.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 22 sub G speaks to the availability and quality of education and training programs. It references another jurisdiction. Does that include international education and training programs?
Minister.
I think it's really hard to regulate a profession where you don't have a standard program in your jurisdiction. I think it is. But yes, the answer to the question is yes. I know I was asking, does it include international? Yes, it does. Does it include other provincial? Yes, it does. And I gave, for example, because it's a live issue and one we've discussed, the issue of physician's assistants. So it is relevant that we don't train them here, right? And that doesn't mean that that's determinate, but it's relevant. And so we have to decide, should we do that? And if we made a decision, then that might be a sub-regulated group under the College of Physicians and Surgeons, conceivably, if you're doing that assessment, how you would do that. So that's an example of that, where it's relevant and it's hard to do, But you would also consider other jurisdictions in the case of that group, for example, which we've talked about before. So just for the sake of the argument, there's a significant number of people who've worked in the military and who are educated in other jurisdictions and end up in British Columbia because of their work, say, on naval vessels. So that those might be relevant considerations, right?
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 22 sub H provides ministerial authority. It provides ministerial power, in essence. So can the minister explain when he might expect that this would be necessary, and perhaps an example of why that would be necessary?
Minister.
Essentially, this is similar to before. If we knew it now, so the member said, well, can you envision anything you would ask that isn't on this list? It would be H, and this one would be I, right? Because what we're saying here is it may be the case that, if I were making a direction for a process and getting the advice of Mr. Westgate, and Mr. Westgate said to me, I think you should add something. This gives me the power to do that we didn't consider before. When we were developing the legislation, we didn't consider what we really should deal with in the case of the risk assessment of this profession. Then that could be provided by the minister, and or a change in the regulation to make it in every case. But if we knew it now, we'd be including it.
Shall clause 22 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall member on clause 23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to have the minister, because one of the things that is changing is that, and the observations, is that there is a significant change in terms of the role of the minister. And so I think it's important that whenever we see that particular additional authority, that we have a good understanding of why it is there. So could the minister just, again, in clause 23, sub 2, sub B, this relates to report and recommendations. So once the superintendent has done the assessment, the superintendent must make a report, and that report goes to the minister. So if the superintendent then recommends designation, the superintendent must include recommendations with respect to at least the following, and those are noted, but also any prescribed matter and any other matter that the minister directs. Could the minister describe why that is necessary?
Minister.
So I may, for example, ask for a recommendation on the name of the potential college. Right? That wouldn't necessarily be part of the designation assessment. So I might say to them, well, I think it's important to say, what do you think the college should be named? There's always issues, and this is important for health professionals, of title protection. So I'd like an assessment of its impact and potential impact on non-regulated groups with respect to title protection. So this just allows essentially for the minister to say, I want more than this, and I want you to give me recommendations more. It doesn't allow me to say what the recommendation should be, but it does say, I want more advice from you. And since ultimately some of the decision-making power here is to the minister, then the minister may want to say, I want to hear these issues of title protection. I'm concerned about people who might feel left out and what's impacted me. I want to you to discuss, tell me what the name of the college is, which isn't necessarily there, but I'd like you to tell me what you think it should be, and so on. Right. So this allows me to seek more advice in the direction.
Member.
So the process is that the superintendent makes a recommendation on after completing a designation assessment. Is there a reason specifically that the superintendent's report is not published once it's completed? It actually it's required to go to the minister to make a decision before the public has any sense of what the report says. So there's been the process is the report is not published until the minister makes a decision respecting designation. Is there a reason for that process?
Minister.
So I think here the relevant thing is 23.3, where I received this recommendation, and I say in advance of publishing the report, I'd like more information, right? And so this allows us under, say, 23.3, I receive the superintendent's report, and I may require him to provide, he or she, and the minister, he or she, could require the superintendent to provide more information than is in the report. And then, and so this allows the minister to do that. Everything gets published, right? But it allows the minister to seek more information. And then they're reviewing their decision. And then they make their decision based on the report and the recommendations, and then everything is published, and it's required to, the superintendent's report must be published, and also the additional information or records that that the minister, in this case, whoever that would be, it would be me in this case today, would require them to be published as well. So that's the reason. And then once the decision is made, it all has to be published. So it all has to be out there. Make the decision, it all has to be published. So I suppose you'd argue, well, you publish a report and then you wait some period of time, right? The minister to make a decision, and then that becomes the subject of public thing. This says there's a report on what the public interest is. It's no problem. That's a good door to enter. But there must be, there must be a report. It must eventually be public. It's provided to the minister. The minister makes a decision based on the report. The report is published. It seems like the right process because it also allows us to say, well, there's some things I need more here. And so before the report is public and the decision is made, we get more information. So that's the process that's set out here.
Member.
Thank you for that explanation to the minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly have had conversations about transparency and how important it is, but in 23 sub 4, A and B, we actually see the use again of must or may. I'm wondering why the superintendent may publish any related information or records. Why is it not simply required of the superintendent to provide all of the information?
Minister.
There's a report, gets published. Any additional information would probably be extended to the report. That's all published. So I don't know, say the report was a couple hundred pages. Say you had thousands of pages of research attached to that. It may be administratively burdensome to do that, but they may wish to put it all out there, right? I mean, I think probably most of the briefings and presentations would be public, so that would all be public anyway. But it just allows but the report gets published, and the superintendent may choose to publish a whole bunch more information if they want at their discretion. But this is a must around the report. And my advice to the superintendent is to include all the information that's required and a summary of their findings in the report. And I think that's what they do. It just means there may be information on that subject in addition to that the superintendent may wish to publish, or that the minister may direct them to publish. So we can direct them if I say, I want to make sure that all of the testimony you've received is on the public record. Probably would be already, I would guess, because they're public sittings, but I want to do that. Or I want to see every sub-report that's been put in place put on the public record, and the superintendent may wish to do that as well. It just may be if there's thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of that, which there conceivably could be, public, some administrative burden in doing that. And then, if you're publishing a lot of information, you have to go through a process, almost certainly, potentially of privacy around all of that stuff as well. So the intention is to publish the information in more, and if the minister thinks that more information should be published, it should be, and the superintendent independently has that authority as well.
Member.
Thank you. And I just want to reflect on the fact that the concern is that the decision to publish additional or related records rests with the superintendent. It is the opinion of the superintendent whether or not that's in the public interest. And, from my perspective, the more transparent this process is, the better. And it isn't about volume, it's about making sure that there is an expectation that it is as transparent as possible. So I understand what the minister has said. I remain concerned about the superintendent has the ability to decide what's in the public interest and whether to release that information or not. And I think that should be the exception. The rule should be that everything is published unless, and a different approach has been taken here. So I just want to raise that caution, and I'll leave that clause.
Shall Clause 23 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 24, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So now we are down in Clause 24, we're actually talking about the decision respecting designation. So is it possible that when we look at the process that's outlined, is it possible that the minister could obviously entirely agree? I'm assuming they would read the recommendations, the minister, and make that decision. Is there a scenario where the minister partially disagrees with the superintendent's recommendation and makes a decision that doesn't reflect those recommendations or suggests another approach? Or so is there a variety of responses the minister can make once the report appears before the minister?
Minister.
What it says in 24.2 is that the minister must consider the recommendations. The report will be made public. So yes, the minister could make a decision that doesn't follow the recommendations of the superintendent, but the minister would also have to take public responsibility for that decision. So you go through a process, a health profession is recognized and recommended for recognition, right? And or not for recognition of its professional status. And then the minister has to make the report public and say, well, we've gone through this process, this mandatory consultation, a report from our expert that we've put in place, and I'm not agreeing. Well, the minister can do that, but he can't do that, in their office and not take accountability for it. There's accountability, and I think that's the right approach, right? So the minister must consider the recommendations. They don't have to follow the recommendations. They have to let people know that those are the recommendations, and if they don't do it, they need to take responsibility for that. And that's I think an appropriate kind of approach to the issue. And my sense is that ministers, given the process, will of course, accept the recommendations. But there may be occasions when that doesn't happen. The member as a minister will no doubt remember occasions when the recommended response wasn't approved, as I do in our work. But in this case, this isn't a briefing note from the ministry. This is a public report after a public process. And if you're not going to accept the recommendations, you've got to make a public statement, and probably a public statement as to why.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. Could the minister describe how this differs from the current process?
Minister.
So in the current process, there's a required posting period. So that allows for process of consultation. But there's no superintendent, no independent assessment, no requirement for consultation. And generally speaking, the process starts now, not from a demand and a need, a public need, but the request of an association or advocacy group. So that's what kicks off the process now. Whereas this allows, for example, a health authority or the Insurance Corporation of BC or the BC care providers say, we need a group of people to be regulated, and makes the case for that. And the superintendent determines there needs to be a designation assessment and risk assessment, all the things involved in that. That's a different way of going about it. So there's a lot that's different now. Now there's the advocacy at the front end and there's posting periods, but a lot of the work now would not be in this independent and very public process. And you can see that in some of the responses. The member would have met with some groups who were looking for designation. And I would predict that they would say to the member, we go through this process, we do all this work, we make requests to the minister, make requests to the government, and we never understand why we're not being assessed, what's going forward, and everything else. So this is a dramatically more public process that takes less time, it's less amount of question of political influence and more, what are the risks to the public and what should we do? And so I think in that sense, in all of those senses, the definitions of risk assessment and consultation, the role of the superintendent, all of those are improvements now on the system that now is kind of the minister, and there's obviously posting periods, but it's kind of discretionary. So rightly, I think, and I agree with this decision, I think it was Minister Hansen that took it, said we've got a lot of health professions now, we're not going to do them for a while. That was a decision he took. It was a public decision, right? And people are going to assess that, and there's some people who were outside the process that complained about it, but I think a lot of people agreed with it, that it was an exhausting process and that there needed to be a time. He took that decision. We have a different process now, and the minister can still take that decision, the decision Minister Hansen took, I believe, but they can only take it if the superintendent's decided on a risk assessment and say, well, the superintendent says there's risk and this profession should be regulated, and you're saying it's not the case. So I think in that sense, the process is different now and quite a bit better now and quite a bit ultimately because we are designated shorter now because, of course, you know, when you're depending on the staff of a ministry and then legislative staff and then everyone else to make these processes work, those processes have proven to be years and years and years and years in the making in the case of successive governments of different political stripes. So it's been the process, this has been a process that hasn't worked, and that's why the members of the steering committee and others wanted to see better processes in both the public presentations to the committee and the committee's report.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So in essence, the minister's role, is it correct to say, hasn't been altered a great deal. Ultimately, the decision lies with the minister. However, it is based on a recommendation coming from after a significant amount of work and presented to the minister through the superintendent, by the superintendent. So let me just follow up on the minister's comments. One of the things that we do hear is that, you know, it does take a long time, and people are very concerned about that. Often health practitioners are left in limbo while they're trying to figure out when a ministerial decision will be made. So the minister references this is going to be faster. Are there specific time frames in which the decision has to be made? If there is, I missed it, but are there articulated expectations so that from the time the minister receives the superintendent's report, it will be no longer than, or again, is it discretionary? How do we know it's going to be a faster process than currently exists? So if the minister could address the timing issue, that would be helpful.
Minister.
Well, very significantly, we don't have to create a new college, which itself is a very long process. We can designate a profession without passing an act of the legislature, which is a huge change in the process. And practically speaking, mind what in theory we could do now. I mean, a member might reasonably say, well, in theory, you could act much more quickly now. In practice, it takes years and years and years and years and years to create a new college, and we know this. And that has not varied based on who's sitting in the minister's seat or the deputy minister's seat. It takes a long time. And now, you don't have to create a new college because a college exists. You just have to designate the profession and attach them to a new college, which is by definition years less than creating a new college, right? So we haven't said, the minister can determine, and we discussed this before as well, I'd say to the member, can say the assessment has to take place in 3 months or 6 months or 7 months. The minister can do that and therefore shorten the process. But I think the problem now is not just what it said in the legislation, but what's happened in practice, which is the process is not public. There's no understanding of what designated. It feels for particular practitioners who might say that this minister hasn't listened or a previous minister hasn't listened, and we hear about this from lots of professions. We have a process that's opaque and that in practice takes years and years and years. And then we have a process that doesn't involve the creation of a new independent college, which will take, in any event, years less than the current practice, which tends to take, and usually the ministry has the capacity to do one at a time, right? So you're talking about one at a time, which means in the current system, probably 2 a decade. This is way faster than that.
Shall clause 24 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 25 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 26 pass? On clause 26, member.
In clause 26, why is the minister required to include the titles that licensees practicing the designated health profession may use exclusively, but not the titles regulated health services providers practicing the designated health occupation may use exclusively? Can the minister explain the difference?
Minister.
And maybe that I misunderstood the question, so I'll just back. The section is about designated regulation for designated health occupation. So a designation regulation made under this section may include regulations as follows: respecting the titles that regulated health service providers practicing the occupation may use exclusively. And so this is about occupations, I think, but I may have misunderstood the question, so I apologize for that.
Okay, shall clause 26 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 27 pass on clause 27, member?
Yes, indeed. So to the minister, this section again gives considerable authority to the minister to make regulation. It's a regulation enabling section. So can the minister talk about why it's necessary, what he anticipates would occur in terms of regulations related to designation?
Minister.
So in this case, we make changes to scope of practice quite regularly. There's different ways to do that. In fact, the provincial health officer has had some responsibility recently, we've seen during COVID, but this allows us, the scope of practice of a health practitioner changes, can change quite regularly, and this allows you the flexibility to address that. I'll give you an example. The member has been working on the overdose public health emergency. So changes in scope of practice for nurses, for example, are important changes in designations to allow access, for example, to different circumstances. So that might be a scope of practice change that would be made. So these are the kind of regulations that are made, not all the time, but not infrequently, to things such as the scope of practice or a name or so on that we're embedding here in the designation regulation.
Shall clause 27 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 28 pass on 28, member?
Thank you very much. Could the minister describe what the criteria, why the criteria defining meaningful participation in this clause is not further defined? Why is it left, again, to depend on the opinion of the minister?
Minister.
So the present act doesn't really, it requires you to consult with the college. It doesn't require meaningful consultation. What this is saying, if the minister's going to make this decision, there has to be meaningful consultation, and it has to be with the list that we've already explored in 19.2. So if you look back at that list, you say, so what is meaningful consultation? Well, it's with those folks. That's what it is, right? And that list, I think, a fair person would say is meaningful consultation.
Noting, shall clause 28 pass? So ordered. Noting the hour, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I always follow your advice. Although the committee appears riveted, and I'm not sure, over time perhaps. But I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, Minister. You've heard the question. That the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again. Those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee stands adjourned.